number one.
And then a little band by the name of Iron Maiden when Bruce Dickinson replaced Paul Di'Anno.
Yeah. Is there a popular Paul Di'Anno song?
His first two albums, so Iron Maiden, their first one, and Killers, their second album, he was the singer. Number of the Beast, which I believe is the song we're listening to now.
Yes,
that
correct.
was the first album with Bruce Dickinson.
Okay.
All right.
That's what I've heard. But they definitely got better, man. Musically, they got better. They just went all over.
There we
I
go.
can't name a song by the other guy.
No. Killers.
Killers.
Seriously, that's
the one. That's the one. You know, it's leftover night. Sometimes you're going home and you're just going to eat what you had last night because you got plenty of it.
Sure.
I've got all these Star Wars jokes from yesterday. I didn't get a chance to get to.
No, bring them out.
So leftover Star Wars, May the 4th be with you, jokes.
Well, somebody did say today is...
The Revenge of the Fifth.
Which I disagree. It should be the 6th.
I fully
if you're
agree.
going to do it. But for this purpose, we will do it. All right.
Who serves food at the Star Wars restaurant? Who serves food at the Star Wars restaurant?
Boba Fettuccine.
That's not bad.
Thank you.
Darth Vader.
Darth Vader.
What
Mike
Jedi,
Tyson does not know why that's funny.
what Jedi became a rock star? What Jedi became a rock star?
I don't know.
Bon Jovi won Kenobi.
Jeez, a whiz. There's a stretch.
Why couldn't Darth Vader ever find love? Why couldn't he ever find true love?
Why couldn't he find true love? He was looking in all the wrong places.
That's exactly right. He was looking in all the wrong places. How does Darth Vader like his toast?
On the dark side.
On the dark side. What did Obi-Wan say at the rodeo? What did Obi-Wan Kenobi say at the rodeo?
I don't know.
Use the horse, Luke.
Use the horse.
That's a leftover. Made the 4th jokes.
Use the horse. That's where we're at now.
Stand joke.
But when you say it with the right accent, it works. Use the horse, Luke.
And then I ended up T-boning him. That's how fast he was going. And he was a good, few hundred feet away. And what was really funny is he was a Chinese food delivery driver.
And you're delivering
You guys
pizza.
just, here's a piece of pizza, man. Give me some General Tso's.
I'm sorry, say again?
I said, did you trade food? Here's a piece of pizza. Give me some General Tso's chicken.
Oh, yeah, that was the idea. No, actually, my first instinct was, oh, no, I wrecked my car. Then I saw him, and I'm like, oh, no, I heard him, and I'm going to lose my job. So, but yeah, I thought that was kind of an amusing situation.
Did you deliver the pizzas?
No, unfortunately, my car was a write-off.
All right. Yeah.
Was the guy injured or no?
They ended up taking him to the hospital, and I ended up going to the same hospital that he was at, and I didn't manage to see him, and I got to apologize to him, so that was a good thing.
Yeah.
But,
As long as everybody's cool about it.
Okay.
Yeah, everybody was okay, so that's a good thing.
By the way, somebody here on YouTube says, did the advocates pay for the question of the day? No, because the advocates would say, hey, are you going to get in an accident? Let us know. This is past tense.
Do you know the sound? Do you see the sound that they made when they hit that guy's car?
What?
Kung Pao.
That's so stupid.
God damn it.
Seriously, that's the sound it made. Kung Pao.
Kung Pao.
One time we had an electric car. You forget how they accelerate versus anything that is non-electric. It's the same thing with the Escalade because the thing is so heavy. I mean, you push it down on the gas, it still takes a hot second for the thing to catch and start moving forward. The electric car, you hit the gas like that. Like we were doing 90 miles an hour and this happened in a second and a half.
Jeez.
You almost have to retrain yourself to drive smaller, lighter vehicles with a better turn radius.
Right. Yeah.
That's it.
So somebody says you get your permit first, as far as me. Then you can ride your bike. You just can't ride at night or with a passenger. You can ride during the day with a permit. I did not have a permit. I had a valid Washington State driver's license.
Yeah.
So I already had a driver's license. I just needed to get the endorsement to be a motorcycle rider.
Correct.
So I did not get a permit. That's not how they do it. I just had to be there and
So wait, they won't give you a permit if you already have your driver's license.
I've got a driver's license. This is an endorsement that's added to that license.
But they're still telling you not to take your two
They're
wheels
not telling
up
me
there.
that, but they're saying that I'm already riding dirty.
Right.
So I'm riding it dirty to the place where I'm going to take the test. And if I fail, I still have to ride it dirty home. And then I have to ride it dirty back again, take the test again,
Yeah.
and then ride it back home
Just
again.
don't get pulled over. Miles.
Exactly. 10 bands that got better or worse after the loss of a member on Sims.
Number 3.
Let's stick with Metallica because Cliff was not the only one that they lost. You remember they fired Dave Mustaine and was replaced by Kirk Hammett.
I would say they got better. It's just that he's been there so long, they've also gotten worse. but not because Kirk is there, if you know what I mean.
I love Dave Mustaine's vocals. They're just so weird. Just letting this out. No one's ever sounded as bizarre.
It's like he's keeping his mouth clenched while singing.
You know what he actually sounds like? If you took Bon Scott and Brian Johnson and said make one voice, that's kind of what Dave Mustaine is.
That is a solid observation.
And the thing is, I like Megadeth, but his voice does kind of crack me up. Is he a professional wrestler? It's like Randy Macho Man.
Yes. Well, it sounds like Randy Macho Man while he's crowning.
I know.
he's got a single, he's got one that's just ready to drop. He's trying to hold it in.
Give me a minute. Ooh. Dave, what's the secret? Constipation.
Constipation. It's coming out.
I'm just curious. Can you do the alphabet backwards right now? I'm dead sober.
It's ZYXW. No, UV. U.
See, already.
ZYXWVUT
SRQPONM
LLKJ
JIHGFEDCBA.
You passed. You're not drunk.
But wait, would that be passable if I say it like that?
I think it would be, because you're thinking your way through it.
Yeah.
I just, like, honestly, got cops.
Well,
I'm telling you right now, you need to give me a different test to find out if I'm drunk. One, you could just ask me, because I'll tell you, but, like, I can't do the
How about
alphabet
multiplication, something like that. Can I do my table?
Well, you remember we brought them in there. Like, it doesn't actually have to do with whether or not you can do it. They're looking at completely different things than what they're testing.
What did they say they were looking at?
They were looking at your eyes. They're looking at your mannerisms, your speech patterns, and yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I was stoned.
Yes, you were.
And you weren't hiding it.
I was high. I was real high.
And by the time I see the light at the bottom of the hill, I'm too far. And I hit the brakes, and the car, it's not stopping.
Of course.
And so I turn the wheel sideways and try to make the turn, but no grip. So it just turns sideways and goes straight into the guardrail.
Yeah, that's pretty much how that's going to end.
Did it make the car undrivable?
Yeah. So it was. I think it was just a pretty brand new. I think 2006 Volkswagen Touareg, and whatever happened, the electrics on the car didn't allow you to start it because it had been an incident. No airbags deployed or anything like that. But the kicker is just before my parents went out of town, when they let me borrow it, my dad let me know that he was just about to trade it in and get a new car, and told me to be extra careful with it. And I just felt like a piece of garbage.
Have you ever been in a car where an airbag deployed?
You know, I actually haven't.
I have not either.
Yeah, me neither.
I had a buddy, and he said it hurt like hell in his car.
That is what I've heard. That sounds like getting punched
in the face. Yeah.
It saves you.
It wasn't like his impact was not that big to set it off, but it set it off. And I mean, he's like, man, have you ever been hit in the face with an airbag? I'm like, no. He's like, it sucks.
Yeah,
and I was like, he broke his glasses, kind of put a mark on the side of his nose and his face and crap like that. I'm like, all right, yeah,
good to know.
You're the only person I know that's been hit in the face with an airbag.
And now, the Men's Room legacy continues. Unfortunately, what you're about to hear is real. The members of this radio program are simply not that bright, or what some people would call educated. They are merely stupid. They're not trying to offend anyone on purpose. And all have played doctors on TV. You have been warned and are cordially invited to join the party. This is the Men's Room.
Forget it, man, and get with the countdown. Get with the countdown. Shake this square world and blast off for Kicksville. The trippers, the grasshoppers, the hip ones, all gathered in secrecy and flying high as a kite.
This is the Men's Room with Miles and Thrill. You know what they say, shake your radio more than 3 times, and you're playing with it. You're listening to the Men's Room.
And away we go. Welcome to the 21st Amendment season, episode number 4526. Along with Steve the Thrill Hill, the Ted Smith, and my cock, Montgomery, and you are the Men's Room. On tap today, the return of Who Sucks Less. We will play Profile This, plus headlines, the Men's Room shot of the day, fun with listener emails, and everyone's favorite, TV Time with Tea.
Click, clack, drinkity dry.
All right, here we go. A man loses his job at Amazon. Now 29 of their vans need brand new tires. Meanwhile, animal rescuers save a dog with a steel kettle stuck around its neck, removed with pliers. West Virginia man gets shot after running over a woman's chicken on the road. A Florida woman arrested after a fight at a youth football game where she did unload. And an 8-year-old Jersey boy is attacked by an angry beaver. Beaver. That is all coming on today's very special episode of The Men's Room.
And now, here's the question.
Hola, bitches. Good day to you and yours. All right, there's a saying out there that all things must come to an end. And other than Marvel movies, that is a true statement. Now, good or bad, all things do come to an end. Now, maybe it's your job. For example, in a few weeks, Late Show host Stephen Colbert, he will air his final show. And he's not retiring. It wasn't his choice, but CBS canceled his ass, so what can he do? Basically, he was fired. And it happens. Now, sometimes you don't lose your job, but you leave your job. For example, TSA officers are, quote, leaving in droves. The reason? Well, they don't always get paid. And it turns out that the TSA employees, like most employees, they want a paycheck for the work they do. Put it in perspective, in the last year, there's been 3 government shutdowns totaling 123 days, and the TSA workers, along with all federal employees, they don't get paid. So a lot of them are quitting. So basically, you get paid for 2 out of every 3 days you work. That doesn't fly. Now, sometimes the thing that comes to an end is a relationship. And maybe you ignored all the red flags and warning signs. Other times, you just know it's time. Like a man in New York, he knew it was time to break up with his girlfriend when she threw a lit stick of dynamite into his bedroom. Now, he survived, but it blew his hand off. And guess what? Yeah, they broke up. Jobs, relationships, foods, alcohol, drugs. Sometimes it's just time to reassess your situation and move on. Sometimes you don't want to, sometimes you need to, but that's what today's question is all about. Brought to you by our friends at Advanced Hair Restoration. We would like to know, job, relationship, hobby, or habit, what brought it to an end?
To be a part of the big show, call 206-803-ROCK. Like the Men's Room on Facebook, follow us on X and Instagram at Men's Room Live. Send those emails to the Men's Room at KISW.com, and now watch the show live on YouTube at KISW Rock.
The common poor will.
Poor will?
Poorwill. Poor will.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Is there?
I mean, the people that died, Casey Gaines, she passed on. Obviously, Van Zant, Johnny's still alive. Donnie is still alive. Donnie's in 38 Special.
Right.
Johnny's the lead singer.
I'm trying to think, because that was the band I was thinking of. Pretty much everyone has aged out and died, or whatever the case. Like, there's no original members, but somehow they're still on tour.
Okay, for an example, my dad went and saw either the Temptations or the Four Tops. He was down in Florida, and he went to the show, and, his buddy asked him, how was the Temptations the other night? Are they still good, man? They still have some of the original members? And my dad said, I'll just put it to you this way. 2 of them are white.
Yeah, I mean, just... I can't name the guys that are gone.
Yeah.
They're not the original members.
So 10 bands that got better or worse after losing a member coming up at 4:30 on Sit and Spin. Today we're going to talk about crashing. Steve, you had a unexpected ride home last night as far as your journeys.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't awful. It's just annoying. And the thing is, took the light rail up to the station. The wife picks me up from the station. We're now having a conversation in the car. Beautiful day. And I said, hey, man, why don't we stop and get a drink at the watering hole? She's just not feeling it. She's like, Nah, maybe we'll go tomorrow, which is now today, and we are. We've made that deal. Anyway, we turn up the street. We are 5 blocks away
You are
from
also
our
in
house.
a rental car because your other car is still waiting to be repaired.
It's sitting in my driveway just screaming at death. So, yeah, we have a rental car. No big deal. It's a Nissan Rogue, if anyone cares. We did not pick it. It is what they gave us. We are 5 blocks away from home, and there's a car parallel parked on the side of the street, and I see him pull out, and before I can even open my mouth to say anything, he slams into my side of the car, the front panel. All right? Nobody's hurt, but I'm annoyed. I'm annoyed because I really wanted to go to the bar, but now we're not. And then this thing happened.
Is the car still drivable?
It was still drivable, all right? But had we gone to the bar, we would have taken a different route. This would not have happened. You cannot predict these things, I know, but I carried that with me. We pull over, and as soon as the guy hit us, he threw both of his hands on his forehead. Like, he knew he effed up.
Yeah.
So we get out of the car. Everyone's exchanging information. And then his first thing, he's just like, I'm so sorry. I said, just stop, man. I said, look, as happens. It's called an accident. I know it wasn't intentional. Are you and your wife okay? And I figured I would start with humanity, you know, this new thing in the 21st century. Are you and your wife okay? He said, yeah, we're fine. I said, okay, let's not worry about it.
Yep.
Let's just trade information. So his car's a little dinged up front. Again, it's our rental car. And the, what would you call it? So in the wheel well, kind of the rubber over the wheel well, so not the entire panel,
right,
but just the rubber at the bottom is now perpendicular to the car. So it looks like a big curb finder, and it's a little bit dented up front. Again,
could you push that back in?
I did, and it's one of those things. So, you know, we're kind of checking each other's cars. We're trading information. I push the thing in, and in the course of our conversation, you hear it pop back out. So I'm just like, okay, that's right. So it looks a little ghetto. Then it's sitting in the driveway with the thing sitting out of the side. The kids are all worried when we get home because once you say, well, there was an accident. Oh, my God, which I appreciate. But we're like, guys, we're fine. It's just annoying because it added 20 minutes. And again, 5 blocks away from our house. Like, I can see our driveway for where this happened. So the wife took the rental car back this morning, explained it to him. And the guy that hit us, he was like, because we said, hey, the good news to us, we said, it's a rental, right? So it's not like I'm losing my baby. I don't care. And he's like, oh, no. I'm like, what? He goes, man, he's like, I'm already going to take it from insurance. Because like I said, he admitted fault. No big deal. But he's like, the insurance companies, man, they're quick. I said, well, yeah, they got like 10,000 lawyers. He's like, no, they're going to be on my ass real quick. But I've got it. So it was fine. But it's just the point, having been in an accident, got decades.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well,
and like you said, this was not head on. It wasn't even fast. He's literally just pulling out of his parallel parking space and hit the car. But as he said, because it could have been worse because my wife drives very, very fast, generally speaking. But we were stuck behind one very slow car, and then all the rest of us kind of have to follow suit. So this guy's doing like 15 or 20 up the road. So I'm already bitching about that because that kind of just drives me crazy, right? Maybe he's an old person. I don't know. But the guy that hit us said he had looked in his mirror and he counted cars. He counted 3. We were car 4. He didn't realize we were there. So basically, he counted 1, 2, 3, pulled out, and he goes, and at the last second, basically, I saw your face. He and I were as close as you and I are right now when he hit us. And like I said, everyone was fine, but it's just like, this is annoying. I just want to go home now if I'm not going to the bar.
And, you know, unless you're like Andy's mom.
Jesus, who's been in, what, 847 accidents?
It's kind of like a breakup where maybe you really like someone, but they didn't like you as much or whatever. It's like one of those first breakups you have. If you're in a relationship, it stings. You know, like the first time you experience that, you're like, oh, man, this is horrible. Then later on, you know, you break up with people and you're like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, you know.
I will say the rental car, it helped.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Because, like, again, it wasn't a lot of damage, but even a little bit of damage to your own vehicle pisses you. You go to the grocery store, someone hits them with their shopping cart. There's no real damage, but like for whatever reason, you want to beat their ass. So honestly, the fact that it was the rental, I'm like, hey man, because again, he's super apologetic, and I get it. I'm like, I don't care. Well, this Nissan Rogue, not mine. You want to hit it again, it doesn't matter to me. I just don't want to be in it, but I don't care.
First crash you're in, that's the one that bothers you the most. Back to the relationship.
Oh, yeah.
So the first time you get into a wreck, typically your parents have probably gifted you this car. It was one of their cars. You are still living at home. Mm-hmm. You're happy to have your freedom.
Oh, it's great.
You get to go out, maybe go on a date. You get to hang with your friends. You get to go where you want to go. This is your freedom machine.
Absolutely.
And typically within 1 year of owning this car, you will destroy it.
Absolutely.
And your parents are not really going to be willing to pay for it because it was one of their older cars, or maybe they bought you an old car that was a safer car to drive so you would not be injured. I mean, it's a beater, but
they rarely just give it to you. There's probably a speech attached to them gifting you this car, even if they went half and half on a car. Like, hey, be careful. Don't do this. Don't do that.
And not only that,
et cetera, et cetera.
you're on your parents' insurance. So their insurance is now going to go up because of you.
That's why they're pissed.
So,
they don't care that you wrecked the car. As long as you're healthy, the thing that bugs them, like now mom and dad got to spend a couple extra $100 a month because of your dumb ass.
Trust me, as soon as they find out you're okay, then that relief goes into anger quick.
That's why, hey, kids, listen. If your parents ask you if you're okay, just lie for a little bit. Just say, I'm not sure, my knee hurts. Because if you say, hey, I'm fine, they're immediately going to get up in that ass about the fact that they got to spend more money. I know that's terrible advice, but take it.
My stepfather, he had an Audi 5000. He had one of the first Audi 5000s as soon as they came out. And it was his baby. And this car was a turbo. It had a moonroof in it. It was a longer, big car, but it was still a very nice car, and he kept very good care of it. I basically was told to me that if I wash this thing, if I wax this thing, one day it will be mine.
Yeah.
So when I get to 16 years old, he decides he's going to buy a Saab, and he gives me this car. And I could just tell he knew he was giving away his baby. I mean, this thing is going to be destroyed. And within about...
So why did he do it?
Well, because he was going to buy a new car, but he did not want to trade that car in because he loved the car so much he wanted to keep it.
Like, my kid's going to get a Dodge Omni, bro. Like, I'm not giving you anything I like.
I don't think that he realized how quickly I was going to destroy that car. And it had to be within 2 months, switchback windy road in West Virginia. The roads are wet, but he, look, before he gave me that car, he went and got, he did the dad thing. He, all new belts, all new hoses, everything. All new brakes, all new tires, make sure the thing is road safe and you're going to be good.
But keep in mind, that's also a setup. What your father's doing in that moment is saying, if anything goes wrong, I know it's your fault.
I've got a hazard bag in my back of my trunk with, flares rectangle triangles and stuff to tie up on the car in case of, whatever the deal is. I've got it all. He has set this thing up. I go around the curve, and all of a sudden, I just start sliding. And there's nothing I can do about it. And I believe it was like a 1986 Buick Regal or whatever they're like top of the line.
Yeah.
So it's a boat.
Yeah.
The thing that hits me is a boat. I hit this guy head on. Jeff is my buddy, and he is in the seat beside me. Now, Jeff is not wearing a seatbelt.
Of course.
I am wearing a seatbelt. When we hit him head on, Jeff goes flying into the dashboard. I mean, boom, to the point where this car, my stepfather bought the car and had it shipped from Germany.
Damn.
Okay. It was custom made, all right? And he shipped it. That's how much he wanted this car.
And he gave it to you.
As far as the safety features on the car, they were different then. So that windshield popped out.
Right.
So he didn't smash into like a plastic-lined windshield. Jeff's out now basically on the hood of the car, all right? And he pops back, and just blood starts going everywhere, all over the interior of this car. It was also a cloth interior. So,
naturally.
So even if, it's just blood's just squirting all over the place. But Jeff's fine. Like, he finally got the bleeding to stop, and he was okay. He might have broke his nose, but he had a big nose anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But he was fine. He wasn't concussed or anything like that. But the guys we hit, they were a couple, and they jumped out of the car, and they ran up because Jeff's on the hood of the car, just bleeding.
That's fair.
Bleeding profusely, out his nose. I don't think they'd ever seen a windshield come out of a car like that before.
Right.
The whole thing was just bizarre because I'm sitting there looking out the windshield, and there's nothing there. Which is kind of a weird feeling. You're like, you look down, you just got windshield wipers, like now they're like inside on your dashboard. But thank God everybody was okay. But it was just the fact that the next day they towed the car back home. So they took it first to a yard, and then my stepfather just had to, just tow the thing back, and we'll see what the damage is. We'll figure out what we can do. Because he's like, maybe I could sell it for parts, or maybe we get this thing fixed. And the look on my stepfather's face when that car got towed back to our home, and he walked around and just saw the damage that was done.
Yeah.
It was just like, you've never seen anyone more disappointed.
And that's the worst,
in a human being before. I just felt awful. And there goes my freedom. And there's no way he's going to get me another car.
No.
And I'm working anyway, but it's pretty tough to just be 16 years old, going to school, and afford to have a job that gives you enough money to go out and just randomly buy a car. You're not going to get a car loan. All these
The debauchery rolls on. You're listening to The Men's Room with Miles and Thrill. 99.9 KISW.
Hold the Charles, away we go. Welcome to the 21st Amendment season, episode number 4526. What a large and charge program we have for you today. Guaranteed future repeat. The exciting return of Who Sucks Less. Steve, I don't know how you do it. Every week you bring us 3 stories from the news of people doing messed up stuff.
I do.
It is up to us to figure out of the 3 stories, which one sucks the least. Is there a theme to this week's Who Sucks Less?
No, there's no particular theme. It's just people sucking. It's not the worst things people could do, but you still ask yourself, why did this happen? I think Mike put it best today. He goes, this is a good Who Sucks Less.
Okay.
It's not going to make you angry. It just, why do people do the things they do?
Look who it is. It's Miami Ted.
Oh, yeah.
Miami Ted's back.
Miami Ted.
Now we know Cowboy Ted. What did Miami Ted transform into over the weekend?
Linen shirt? Did you get a linen shirt?
I did.
How hot was it?
Friday was very hot. Saturday was still warm. Cold front moved through on Sunday. Wasn't too bad.
Okay.
What was the best part about Miami and Miami Ted's experience?
The women.
The women are gorgeous.
Yes.
We had a little home base, 305 bar in Brickell. They know us there now.
So you made yourself known.
We did. We met a lot of interesting people. Also at the race, saw a B-2 bomber, stealth bomber. Never seen one in person. The flyover was awesome.
Any celebrities roaming around?
There was a ton of them. My tickets weren't close enough to see them. But I will say, I was telling Mike earlier, I don't know if you saw, there's this famous thing where for Sky Sports, like the English ESPN.
This
Martin Brindle guy, who was a great racer, does the grid walk. So everybody saw Jimmy Fallon bite his microphone, and they were like, was Jimmy Fallon messed up? But on the screens inside, they would just show the DJ playing, and then Jimmy Fallon kept jumping in and dancing. He got escorted away.
Oh, really? Oh, did he get hammered?
I don't know. I elbowed my buddy, and I go, did Jimmy Fallon just get, escorted, get out of the shop?
Wow. He must have gotten hammered. I don't know, but he has a reputation for drinking, much like we do. And I would imagine I'm in Florida at an F1 race. I got Jimmy Fallon money. I'm getting smashed.
Yeah.
And because he's Jimmy Fallon, he can... Look, if you did that, it'd have been a brutal takedown. We'd watch Ted get tased and hauled away. Jimmy Fallon is just like, can you please leave?
Yeah.
Right, and they were very nice. Just the way he got walked away, I just know enough where I was like, it looked like they literally were like, dude, you're having fun. You need to get out of there.
Good times. Glad you're back.
Yeah, it's good to be back. And, shout out to 425 Magazine.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Well, found that out Friday.
Well, Mike made the announcement. We'll get into that later on, maybe with TV Time with Ted.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, for sure. But that sounds like a great weekend. All right, we're going to talk about quitting things on the show today. There's a lot of things you can quit in life. Sometimes you quit them voluntarily. Other times someone else quits them for you.
Other times the doctor says you should really quit this.
Exactly. And there's a lot of times where you get old enough to think to yourself, probably should not be doing this hobby anymore.
Yeah.
Probably should not be doing this habit anymore. Probably should not be in this relationship anymore. Maybe this job is not working out for me. And we start with the TSA. As airport security is quietly bleeding staff as Washington's latest funding fight drags on. More than 1,110 TSA officers have left their jobs since the partial Department of Homeland Security shutdown. That began on February the 14th. A TSA spokesman says that it marked a sharp increase from the 830 departures reported at the start of last week, and matching the 1,000 departures reported during last fall's 43-day federal shutdown. Now, there are roughly 50,000 officers on rolls as of late March. The exits raise questions about the staffing ahead of the June start of the World Cup.
Yeah.
Now, new hires, they need 4 to 6 months of training before they can fully work airport checkpoints. I did not know that.
What do you think the training involves with the TSA? I'm not minimizing it, but generally speaking, when I go to the airport, and I'm sure there's a million things I don't know that they also do, but at least at the point of contact with them, it seems pretty cut and dry.
Let's go through the steps. So your first step is you walk up, you hand your ID, and you show your boarding pass. So that person is scanning who you are. Look into this. I need to see your face.
Right. Make sure you're on the itinerary, etc.
So that one system right there probably requires some training as far as look, you can't let one slip by. This is not a situation
where...
And
make sure you take off your sunglasses.
Exactly.
And your hat.
Then you get to the screening process. So you need to know how the x-ray machines work.
Sure.
You need to know how the luggage x-ray machines work. Those scanners work. You also need to know what you are looking for once you determine if something needs to be checked out.
Including breast pumps and Cheerios.
Yeah, whatever it is. And then when you get to the end, you have to know how to do a thorough search of the bag and figure out what you're looking for.
I think that's one of the main things with the X-ray and the bags. You just got to notice what looks different than other stuff.
Yeah, I think that would be the main thing, right?
Yeah, so I'm sure there's just a lot of training like that. I did not realize it was 4 to 6 months of training before you can even work at an airport.
Yeah.
So that's a lot. They have been relying on emergency funding that was authorized from last year's GOP spending package. But Homeland Security says the money could run out in early May, potentially reviving the long lines seen earlier in the shutdown. A union official representing TSA workers tells CNN there's a good chance payments could end after this week. Now, any quick fix looks unlikely. Mike Johnson, the House Speaker, signed a bill on Monday that the House will demand changes to the Senate-passed DHS funding bill, likely prolonging the partial closure.
Of course.
So that's what's going on there. So
you can't really blame them.
Well, no. And somebody here said, look, they do get paid. And it's like, no, that's understood. The problem is, so like one of the shutdowns lasted only 4 days. You can get through that. One of them lasted 123 days. So you will eventually get your money, but in those 3 or 4 months that the shutdown's going on, anyone you owe money to does not care.
Yeah.
And that's the issue. It's like, look, you want your pay to be consistent. Because I would ask you, someone hires you for a job, and they say, look, this is what we're going to pay you a year. No matter what, you will make this money in a year. We just can't guarantee exactly when our payday is, right? Yeah. And most of us, anyway, you kind of live and die by your payday. I'm not going to do this yet. We get paid Friday. Let's wait a month because we're going to get this on this paycheck. It'd be different. It's like, look, we can pay in March. Can't get back to it until August. Like, you will get all of your money.
Yeah.
But I don't know how you arrange it for car payments, your mortgage payment, your rent,
plus,
whatever it is.
If you're not getting paid, you know what? You can't tell me anything. I'm sorry. Whatever. I'll listen to my boss, but you can't tell me if I'm 5 minutes late that it's a big deal. You just can't. It's not. Man, when I was in college, I had a part-time job at a radio station, but I was getting a broadcasting degree, and the university had a daily produced half-hour news show about the goings-on at the university. Now,
that's exciting stuff.
I know, and ironically enough, it was not available on the cable access or any of those things.
All right.
That was not available. So basically, if you were in certain areas of the university, they had television screens up all the time, and it was part of the daily programming. Like if you were in the general commons area or whatever, they always had it on. Now, my job was I was a producer, I was a director, I was a cameraman, and I was a reporter. So I did all those things, but it's all voluntary.
Right.
It wasn't required to get your degree. It was like, look, if you want to jump in and do this job, you volunteer your time and you can do it. Again, I'm also still working part-time at a radio station. So we get tickets at the radio station for Guns N' Roses and Metallica and
Faith No More.
And Faith No More.
That was a great tour, man.
The Use Your Illusion tour.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember the lineup of Guns N' Roses. I think Gilby Clarke.
I think he was there at that point.
Was in. I think Matt Sorum was in at that point in time. Either way, this is at Three River Stadium. I got free tickets to the radio station. I am going to this concert.
Without a doubt.
There's no doubt about it. So I walked up and told the guy who was Chuck Scatterday, who was in charge.
Scatterday?
That was his last name.
Not Saturday, but Scatterday.
And he worked at ESPN for 15, 20 years. But Chuck is Chuck is Chuck. So I said, hey, man, I can't work camera for you on Friday. I'm going to be out of town. And he's like, well, that's unacceptable. I'm going to have to fire you. And I'm like, Chuck, I'm out of town. This is a volunteer job.
Right.
Look, I will be back to work on Monday. Not a big deal, but I'm off on Friday. What are you doing on Friday? I'm going to Pittsburgh to see Guns N' Roses, Metallica, and Faith No More. That's exactly what I'm doing. I got tickets through my other job.
Yeah.
I'm going up there with some listeners, so I am like on the clock with them, and that's what I'm doing. And he's like, well, you're fired then. I'm like, Chuck, you can't fire me. You don't pay me.
Right.
And he's like, no, you're fired. Get out of here right now. I'm like, you can't. I work for, I pay to go to school here. These are part of the facilities that I am allowed to use.
Yeah.
You can't kick me out of the goddamn degree I'm in just because I'm not going to work on a Friday. And he was one of those dudes that thought really, really highly of himself.
Clearly.
And he was one of those guys that then from that point on, I was just no longer on the schedule. Which, to be honest, was not the worst thing that ever happened to me because I had a little bit more free time, and I started working at a real TV station that paid me.
Imagine that.
On the weekends. But I could not believe he had the audacity to tell me I wasn't getting paid. Like, back to the TSA. You can't tell me crap if I'm not getting paid.
Right.
It's one day off. I've never missed a day, you D. You know.
But also, it's a volunteer thing.
It still pissed me off. It was just like, of all the nerve. You know what I mean? Like, you're basically an instructor. Instructors don't fire paid students.
Yeah, you don't. You can fail them.
Correct. And since it wasn't a class, you can't
even fail.
You can't fail me, but you definitely can't fire my ass. So I went to the dean of the journalism school, and I was like, hey, man, I got to tell you what went down. And so the following week, I was back on the schedule.
Yeah, what do you know?
So the dean stepped in, and so then at that point in time, Chuck was not happy because I did talk to the teacher, but then I wouldn't talk to the principal.
Yeah.
It wasn't like I skipped the step. You know, I did tell him, no, I'm still on the schedule. And he's, nah. So I went to the dean, and the dean came and found me in class and said, you're back on the schedule, dude. And I was like, thank you, brother. But then when I got back on the schedule, I got like the crappiest jobs.
Oh, of course.
Within the department.
Yeah.
Like I was like the second day back, he put me on makeup. All right? He put me on makeup.
Did you have to put makeup on him?
I had to put makeup on the two anchors.
Okay.
One woman, one dude. Which I knew how to put makeup on myself.
Sure.
It's just really weird to put makeup on someone your own age who is a peer and try to make them look. It'd be different if like we were going out to a Halloween party.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Dressed like a KISS member,
like this,
sure.
This is a professional. But like the girl was like, Wendy, she was like, I'm going to put my own eyeliner, stuff like that on. She's like, just powder me up and make sure I don't get that. You get this hot light camera glow.
You get the reflection
from sweating because it's hotter under there than you think it is. So like the first 2 days I came back, I was on makeup.
Why don't they put it on themselves? I understand if you're an actor or actress, but I would think as an anchor, right? If you're working in TV,
because I think they wanted to teach you that part of it.
Okay, all right, fair enough. That makes sense.
So you can either do it with yourself or practice on someone else.
Sure.
I would think, right, when you get to a certain level, I'm sure some of them know how to do it.
Yeah. When you're working in Clarksburg, West Virginia on a television station, they don't have a makeup guy.
Of course
or a girl.
not.
It's you or nothing.
Uh-huh.
So, but man, God, I still hate that guy because of that. Fired me because I want to go to a free.
Well, I couldn't fire you.
Free concert. And man, I'll tell you what, that was a great show.
Yeah.
Yes.
They were doing this thing where they were alternating who would open up the show. And the reason that they were doing that was because Metallica is very prompt and they are very professional when it comes, not that they didn't drink and have a good time.
Sure.
When it comes to taking the stage, Metallica takes the stage on time. And what was happening was there were times where
Guns N' Roses,
they were supposed to go on after Guns N' Roses, but Guns N' Roses, because they were playing kind of in the mid-afternoon, was coming on like an hour and a half, 2 hours late.
They were always kind of famous for that.
So that would push Metallica's time back. Like, I mean, you watch Faith No More and it seemed like, you could watch a movie in between, the next set with Metallica being out there. So that night in particular, Metallica played first.
Okay.
So that part started on time. Guns N' Roses took a little bit longer to get back out.
Yeah, of course.
But in the middle of Metallica, man, the skies just opened up and it just started dumping. And it was in the summertime, so we didn't really care that much. It was a spring or fall, whatever it was. But we basically sat out there. They played during a thunderstorm.
Which for Metallica seems kind of cool.
So they already had all the lightning graphics and all that crap.
Yeah.
So it was absolutely perfect. And when they were done, the skies parted, man, and watched the rest of the show. One of the best shows I've seen, considering the lineup and how long each band played. Because Metallica played for a couple hours, Guns N' Roses played for a couple hours. So it was well worth not having that job. But I still can't believe you could fire someone who you're not paying.
But talking about Metallica, as far as things go, just like when did you know it was time to leave? We had Jason Newsted in studio, 15, 18 years ago, whatever it was. And then they kind of partied with us later. But, like, bro, you were in Metallica as the bass player. Like, did they fire you? And he goes, no. We're like, why would you walk away from Metallica? Because at that time, that's probably the most cushy gig you could have. And he said, look, at that time, Metallica was 100% about Metallica. And he did a side project called like Echo Brain or Echo Head, something like that. Anyway, he goes, but Lars and James freaked the F out because their position was, hey, man, when you're in Metallica, it's just Metallica. No side projects, nothing. And he said, that's when I knew it was time to go.
Well, they've held true to that.
They have held true, but he was straight up like, look, man, it wasn't even like we were having a real conflict. That was just their position, and it's not a position they're ever going to waver on. So he just said, for me, I put in my time, and I just thought, you know what, man? I just want to do other things. And he said, in that moment, I knew it was time for me to go. And all I could think is, I wish you had told me I had to audition. I never would have made the band, but it would have been cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, you read some of the stuff, too. It seemed like they never really, or it took them a long time to accept him.
It did.
And it's like, it wasn't his fault.
It wasn't. It was like when Randy Rhoads died playing for Ozzy. Whoever was next was just going to get it handed to him. And Jakey Lee was a guitar player that filled in for Randy Rhoads after he died. Got a fantastic guitar player.
Yeah.
Now people respect the guy. But I'm not for Bark at the Moon, I think, was his first album. People like hate him. I'm like, you can't hate the guy. He's good. And Jason Newsted, because the difference was the way they lost Cliff Burton. Cliff Burton died. They witnessed him dying, and it was crushing to them, but they're on this upward trajectory. So even the record label, they're like, tough guys, you're making too much money, you guys are going to be huge, you got to carry on. And I don't know that they necessarily, I think they wanted a break, kind of. You watch your best friend get crushed by a bus, and your boss is like, yeah, we need to go back on the road. So when Newsted joins the band, it's in the worst possible time. You're taking over, and again, not just their bass player, but their dear friend, their brother. And you step in, and the guy, it's not that they didn't like you, they just kind of resented that you weren't Cliff Burton. But Jason Newsted, he handled that well up until the side project thing, and he goes, that's when it's time to go. Because he even said, I could deal with them kind of resenting me, because no matter who filled in, it wasn't going to work. I'm just glad to be there. But the fact that you can't do a side project, time to move on. And he's done so well. Think of all the things we know from Jason Newsted now. Exactly.
Well, he has a band just called Newsted, doesn't he?
He definitely did. I don't know if he still does. Can you name a song? No. Have we ever played anything from him?
Well, I played the early Metallica. So
right, but from Newsted.
No.
Yeah.
Our question.
Wolfgang, I'm almost positive before he went out on his own, he was in Newsted's band.
Really?
I might be confusing him with Tremonti.
I don't know. Our question, job, relationship, hobby, or habits, what brought it to an end? 206-803-ROCK.
The common poor will.
Poor will?
Poorwill. Poor will. The common
Put on your burger.
What I put on my burger? Ooh, boy.
Right? That's tough.
Okay.
That doesn't already exist.
I need to see all the things that are possible. And then kind of put it together based on.
I do have onion straws if you do.
Exactly.
What's going on?
Exactly, man. Get some bloomin' onion sauce, whatever that is, some onion straws.
What is bloomin' onion sauce? What do you think?
Is a mayonnaise configuration.
It's still ketchup and mayonnaise, basically.
Cayenne or something else. But either way, you can bid on all that stuff. That helps out Smash.
Bloomin' onion sauce.
For the first time ever, we've got a Rock Day ambassador. Guy's name is Mike McCready.
Who the hell is that?
He says he plays in a band called Pearl Jam.
Well, I hope they make it sometime.
Last time Mike McCready was in the station, by the way, he was admiring the men's room kegerator.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I don't even think Mike drinks. He's like, look at that. That's what they talk about all the time.
It's still kind of cool.
Yeah, it is.
Indeed.
But Thursday, all day long, we celebrate Seattle Rock Day here on The Rock.
Just wanted to clarify one thing about our item about drinking here with the men's room. We are drinking it's a Black Raven beer tasting here in the
it's here in the
studios.
All right, sweet.
Yeah, we're not going to Black Raven. It's right here in downtown.
Well, that'll
Seattle.
save us some time driving.
Yeah, no kidding.
Okay.
Doesn't matter to me.
I don't care, man. We'll get off the air and drink beer. Boy, that's a different one.
Wow. Yeah.
Man, think about that. We'll get off the air and have a beer.
Drink beer.
Whoa.
That is nuts.
What a stretch. All right. Our question.
I'm going to give that a try sometime. Like we finish the show, then we go drink beer.
Yeah.
It's going to be life-changing.
Exactly. Why were you in the hospital and why were you there? Now, this happened yesterday. at Discovery Park. We talked about the hiker who fell 500 feet off of a cliff in California. A hiker was rescued yesterday. He fell 40 feet down an embankment at Discovery Park.
It's about 4 stories, Miles.
That's about 4 stories. They were able to communicate with the guy. This happened about 3:30 in the afternoon. He was seated on a narrow ledge, waiting for help. They did a rope rescue operation, anchored some lines, put him on a stretcher because he was kind of messed up, and they got him down this hill. Now, as I'm looking at this story, this is basically where my dog went over. All right, and as you can see, when you get to the bottom of this thing, it's fairly steep, and I'm scared of heights. And my dog went over this. Now, Discovery Park, where that was exactly, it's a big park.
Yeah.
But one thing is for sure, the whole stretch of that park, essentially, other than over by the water treatment plant, is one big ledge.
Yeah, it's a cliff
that drops off straight into the railroad tracks and into the Sound.
That guy, he denied medical treatment.
He did, and I know why.
They even said, like, hey, we want to take you to the hospital. And look, dude, if you're listening.
I know why.
I understand you drop 40 feet, and look, you're fine. I get it. You don't want to make a bigger deal out of it. But also, like, you might be feeling different today than you did yesterday.
Like with Ted when he got that contusion on his hip.
Yeah.
He just went home. Next morning, he woke up and he's like, I need to go to the doctor immediately.
Correct.
But the thing about this guy is, and I know exactly why this is, he's 19 years old.
Oh, that's why.
When I think to myself, when I was 19 years old, health insurance, any of that, I needed money to put gas in my car, and hopefully my transmission would hold for another 3 months.
Yep.
I did not have money to go to the doctor.
I didn't realize he was 19, but you're right. That explains it.
I mean, that's exactly what it is. And at that point in time, there's a couple stipulations on your parents having you on your health insurance. I'm not exactly sure what that is.
I don't know.
But it can be done. But obviously, he was like, look, man, no matter what, as long as I'm able to walk my ass out of here, I am not going to the hospital. Our question, why were you in the hospital, and who were you there for? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Nick. Welcome to the men's room.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Hola. Doing well, Nick. Beautiful Monday.
It is, man. Happy Star Wars Day, fellas.
That's right.
Yes, indeed.
I just want to call. Actually, I wanted to say thank you for Shot of the Day last Monday. I spent the 24th through the 26th at Virginia Mason with my son Anakin. He was 19. He went into sudden cardiac arrest on the 24th, and we lost him last Sunday on the 26th. And
where was he when this happened?
He was with his girlfriend. They were playing with some ducks, and they went inside. They laid down, and that was it.
Damn.
What did they think led to it? I mean, was there a pre-existing condition that you knew about, or was this completely out of the blue?
No, it's a complete shock, man. He's a kid with the biggest heart. He, in his spare time, he coaches other people's 9-year-old kids in baseball and middle school kids in football. He's just.
Well, those kids are probably devastated as well, man.
They are, man. They're a great group of kids. I don't even have words, man. I just wanted to have a chance to say something about him because he's just that awesome, man. He's my best friend, and I miss the crap out of him, dude. He's just.
Yeah, I mean, look, you don't have to explain it, dude.
No, we get it.
Everybody understands that.
We get it.
I do want to ask you this. You picked the name Anakin. Today is May the 4th. Were there any other Star Wars names that you even consider? My wife would have shot down Anakin in a heartbeat. But even if I'd picked Han, she'd have shot it down. Certainly my favorite, Chewbacca, she'd have said, no, you cannot name your child Chewbacca.
I had a dog named Chewie.
I know you did. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So my it's kind of a little bit of a it worked out really well in my favor because, as you can tell, I was really cool in high school naming my kid Anakin.
yes, sure. You bring some coolness. We can tell.
So our daughter's name is Aslan, starts with an A, ends with an N. My oldest, and his middle name is James, so I can call him AJ, but it starts with an A, ends with an N. And then my middle son's name is Aaron, starts with an A, ends with an N. So when my ex-wife was pregnant with him, we had to come up with names, and we agreed on a girl's name really fast, but we couldn't think of a boy's name. And one day I sit there and I said, "How about Anakin?" And she's like, "I like that." And a couple months later, we were things and stuff like that. We still a little different than the movie, she's introducing the family to a friend, and she's like, "Yeah, this is my husband, Nick, and this is Aslan, Aiden, Aaron, and this is Anakin." And she's like, "That's not why we named him." That's exactly why I named him that.
No, that's what
so she didn't know.
It wasn't her thing, man.
Right.
I was,
yeah. Well, that's how you slide that in there.
In high school.
Yeah.
If she had known, she would have said no. There's no doubt about it, man.
Well, Nick, so sorry.
It probably been Austin or something, but.
Yeah, that was a shocking day, man. I'm sorry.
Well, I thank you guys. Anyway, I thank you. He loved the show. I mean, he listened to it from the day he was born. I mean, the day we brought him home, we were listening to the men's room, and he's a big fan. He went golfing with Miles. It was one of the best. Hey, when can we golf with Miles again?
My highlight was you flipping the cart.
Hey, man, I flipped it back.
Only seen it like 2 or 3 times, Nick. You got that box checked.
That was his fault, too, man.
No, it wasn't. We'll do it again, man. But we won't flip the cart this time.
Brother.
All right, man. Hey, man, take care, brother.
I like that he snuck that in and his wife didn't know.
Right.
That's why I was asking. You know what I mean? I'm just picturing my wife. Look, I'm a big Star Wars fan, but I'm trying to think of a name, any Star Wars character that I could have tried to throw out.
What's wrong with Luke?
There's nothing wrong with the name Luke.
Luke, because it doesn't necessarily apply to just Star Wars.
But it does if it comes out of my mouth, because it's not a name I would normally choose.
Well, you're
right?
his
So
father.
if I said, right, you know what? So I think the closest I would get would be Garth.
The mighty 99.9 KISW and KISW HD1 Seattle. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Pinky's Plumbing Studio, you're in the men's room. Text the guys at 206-803-ROCK.
Seattle Rock Day is tomorrow, our 7th year doing that for the fine folks at Smash.
Yes.
They provide free or low-cost dental, mental health, hearing protection, other health services for musicians in the greater Seattle area.
Yes.
Now, I told you that there's going to be an auction up at KISW.com, so you can bid on some of those items there. Now, today I saw where one of the new items that was added is an autographed Pearl Jam guitar.
All right.
Now, Mike McCready is this year's rock ambassador for Seattle Rock Day. Mm-hmm. So he's actually coming on the air tomorrow at 10.
That's right.
He's going to do his own show for an hour or so, right?
Dope.
But he got the guitar. I'm sure he got the guitar.
Did everyone in the band autograph it?
Yeah.
It's kind of weird.
Including Matt Cameron.
That's what I'm saying.
So you've got the guys.
Shouldn't Matt Cameron sign a drum? I feel like each member of the band, Eddie Vedder, can sign an unintelligible lyric sheet or microphone.
Jeff plays bass. He can sign it.
Sign a bass. No, you sign the bass, man. You sign that bass, Jeff.
Autograph.
You sign a bass.
But that's what you collect for bands, is a guitar that's autographed from it.
They keep giving you. All right, would you turn it down for a drumhead, right? But they say the entire band signed a
No,
drumhead.
you'd want that.
Exactly.
Yeah. Right. Exactly.
I'm just saying.
You don't need different stuff. There's also an autographed Wolfgang Van Halen guitar up for grabs. Recording session at the legendary Studio Litho. And there's a huge concert ticket package with a bunch of stuff in there.
Yeah.
But the one that I told you I'd give you an update on, and this is the one that intrigues me, that I would kind of like to bid on myself. We told you that there is a chance for you to build your own customized hamburger at Little Woody's.
Correct.
All right? Here's the deal on that. All right? And I know the guitars are cool, and I don't play guitar.
So you
I
would
like
just
Pearl
have
Jam.
it, yeah.
I want the burger, all right? I want the Little Woody's burger. It is on the menu at all of their locations for 1 week.
All right.
For 1 week, you get to customize a burger. You can name it whatever you want. If your name is, I don't know, Dave, you can name it the Dave Burger. You can do anything you want with this hamburger.
Yeah.
As far as the toppings they have available and everything else. That is the one that I'm going to look at as far as the number, because maybe, just maybe, if we pull our money together,
I'll match your dollar amount.
We can get
whatever you put in, I will put in and see if we can buy ourselves a burger.
We do a men's room burger.
Yeah.
All right, Ted?
Yeah.
I mean, if you had to customize a burger, I know you don't want jalapenos.
Correct.
I know you don't want anything hot. I know you don't want mushrooms. So a mushroom Swiss is out of the equation. I know a bacon blue cheeseburger is out of the equation because you don't eat blue cheese. There's a lot of limitations to your burger. So what do you...
I feel like any burger I come up with, they're like, yeah, dude, we make that.
It's called a cheeseburger.
That's the problem. Because I don't want tomato and I don't want lettuce, which I know are standard. But no, on my burger, you would have to ask for that.
Maybe it's just a plain-ass burger.
That's my burger. It is a patty of beef, man. That's it.
Seriously.
If you want to add anything,
like your daughter made it.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, they won. They just couldn't agree with what to put on it.
Well,
it's a burger.
There's limitations for everybody.
Yeah.
As far as look, there's no blue cheese because of Ted.
I don't want pickles.
There's no mushrooms because of Ted. There's no vegetables.
No
at all
vegetables,
because
man.
of you.
No.
How about onion straws?
I could do onion
How about
straws.
sautéed onions?
I could do it, but Ted's not in, so we have to eliminate that. Right? The mushrooms are gone.
Yeah. Oh no, he said. I thought we were talking
sauteed onions.
Yes,
I could do. Ted, are you in?
Yeah.
All right.
Sauteed onions.
So far, our burger has beef and onions.
Maybe some cheese.
Cheese. What kind of cheese?
It can't be blue.
Because you don't like blue.
Yeah.
Swiss
American cheddar.
I don't want American cheese on burger, man. That's what I'm saying. Still, I'll go with. I will bid on this. We'll figure out the semantics later.
Tomorrow, Seattle Rock Day. By the way, it's all the best from Seattle all day long. We celebrate Seattle's amazing music legacy all day. Nothing but Seattle artists, which is a testament to the community as far.
Yeah, no kidding.
But look, we're just the whole idea is to help out the folks at Smash.
That's
so
the
we're going to
point.
have the online auction. Any donation you can make tomorrow would be greatly appreciated. I know we have some special guests that are stopping by to talk about Smash and Seattle Rock Day. So it's going to be a great day tomorrow. So be sure to tune in.
That little Woody's thing is a dope. You're right. That is a cool thing.
I know.
Right,
You
that's
get to
great.
decide your own burger, and it's on the menu for a
See,
week.
I might just do it myself. That way I don't have to deal with your guys'
Then I'm going to
limitations.
outbid you.
Because
Just to piss you off, I'm going to go $1 higher than whatever you're willing to put in.
All right, here's a couple things that might be popular opinions, but they're popular opinions to me. Okay, when it comes to hamburgers, there's only one lettuce, and that is shredded lettuce. It's like a taco. I'm sorry. I don't want leaf lettuce on my burger. It's got to be shredded. Because if you think about the Big Mac, if you think about going to Red Robin, if you think about any of the places, I guess, I don't know, In-N-Out puts a slice of lettuce on there. It doesn't seem to
I'll
ruin
be
theirs,
honest
but
with you.
I like shredded lettuce on my burger.
I prefer leaf lettuce because it's easier for me to pull off.
I know
I get
that.
pissed with shredded lettuce because when I have to pull off shredded lettuce, I have to take like all of my fingers and typically rake it through the condiment. So I lose condiment to get all your shredded crap off.
You're losing all your mayonnaise.
Right. So if you just give me leaf lettuce, I will gladly pull it off. But give me leaf lettuce, not shredded lettuce. That's what I'm saying. So if my burger has lettuce, one, it would be on the side, but it would be leaf. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm letting you die on that hill, Miles.
No.
I enjoy leaf lettuce on my burgers.
Really?
Yes.
More so than shredded?
Yes.
Huh.
Yes. All day, every day. When I show up to
order
the burger
salad.
stand at the barbecue, say what?
So just order a salad. Like if you really want lettuce that bad, like order a salad. Leave the burger alone.
Lettuce is good on a burger. Sorry that you don't like compost, man, but it's great.
Burgers don't need the compost. That's all I'm saying.
All right, okay. Another hill I'm going to die on.
Oh, geez.
When you're making your burger, okay, this is crucial. Crucial.
Toasted
all right?
the bun.
Well, the bun's going to be toasted, but as far as the accoutrements, all right, as Ted would say, they are all underneath the meat. The first thing that you bite in through the bun is the hamburger, the cheese, and the bacon. Then you hit pickles, lettuce, tomato, if you so choose. So all of the garden, so to speak, that's all going to be underneath the meat. That is a key part of how you build a good hamburger in my world. All right. So that's also have to be part of my Little Woody's. But I'm going for this tomorrow.
I'm going to bid you by $1.
I'm going for this tomorrow. I really am.
Like I said, if you want compost, it's on the side.
If you go to KISW.com, you can actually check out. There's a bunch more stuff that you can bid on as well.
You know what I'm going to do? Thrill's no compost burger. There are no tomatoes. There is no lettuce. Maybe onions. Maybe. But that's about it.
It's called a cheeseburger.
But cheese
with no onion or no pickles.
That's fine. Yeah, you don't need pickles on it.
What about like a bacon jam?
That's not a bad call. See, I'm tracking with Ted. Ted, go in with me, 50 cents each. We outbid him by $1. We will do bacon jam.
But you know what's supposed to be on there? Blue cheese.
You and this blue cheese.
Look, when you do bacon in your jam, you're basically doing the same combination as Devil's on Horseback.
Yeah.
So the idea with that burger most of the time is there is blue cheese on the burger. Because you're doing the jam.
Yeah, but this would be Ted's burger.
Yeah, this is our burger. It's a TNT burger.
Yeah, but I'm the one bidding on it. Seattle Rock Day is tomorrow.
Yeah. I'm going to outbid you. $1.
Look, you know, at the end of the day, Smash will win. Because we're going to keep arguing with each other and outbidding each other to make this burger.
We made more money this year than any year.
Right? It's like, well, they got into a fight about what to put on the burger.
And in the end, it was just a raw patty sitting on a plate.
I just want to know I can walk into a little. I just want to I want to invite my friend with me or somebody to go like, hey, we're going to go to Little Woody's tonight. And they're going to go, why? I'm like, I want to try this burger they got. And then we're going to go in there. It's going to be like the Miles Montgomery burger. Greatest burger ever invented.
And they're not going to say all that.
Mm-hmm. And I'll probably get it for free. You know what I mean? Because my name's on it.
No, you won't.
That'd be pretty cool. But I believe you get the special for a week. So
yeah,
that's
you do.
one of the
You
things
get special for a week.
One of the things you can bid on tomorrow with Seattle Rock Day. Okay, let's get back on the highway here. Back to the question: job, relationship, hobby, or habit. What brought it to an end? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Beezus. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola, bitch, hola.
Hola.
Oh, I'm so glad I get to finally tell this story. So I worked at Subway back in the day when it first got really popular, with the Jared and all that.
Okay,
they always want to refer to Jared.
Hold on there, Beavis. Let me ask you a question. When Subway started out, instead of slicing the bread like you would a hot dog bun, they would actually do a little boat out of the middle of the top.
Yeah, they cut the slice of bread out.
Yeah, they cut the top out. Were you working early enough where you cut the top out of the bun?
Yes.
Okay,
and,
so that was early days.
And as soon as they switched, I would always cut the boat because it was always requested.
I believe that. And then you put it back on after you stuff the sandwich, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was easier to cut and put in. It was way easier.
Why do you think they changed
why
that?
They switched.
Time.
Why do you think, really?
Look, I mean, once Subway blew up, so when Subway first opened, like you said, Miles, I remember when they cut the little bread boat out, they put all your crap in, and then laid it back on top, right? But it took longer. But Subway wasn't super popular. I think once you guys started getting lines and the whole world was aware of it, like, look, time is money. Cut that bitch in half, put the stuff on there, and get
Honestly,
it out.
I like it better when they cut it in half.
Really?
Yeah. Like me and my brother would go to Subway, and my dad just refused to go. They can't even cut their bread right. And it just seemed like if you got a sandwich, it was awkward just holding that one tiny piece of bread. Like, cut that thing in half.
Right.
Go ahead.
So what happened at Subway?
To each your own, however they wanted it done, I did it. I was an artist, all right?
Yeah, it's a sandwich
All
artist.
right, sandwich artist. So now we know what era we're up to.
Okay, so you remember when the what was it, the 3 foot long deal came out?
Yeah.
Yeah. So at that same exact time, the steak, Philly cheesesteak, came out.
Okay.
So if you got 2 Philly cheesesteaks, it came to the exact same price as a $3 foot long. So when or the $10 foot long, whatever it was. So when the first time I offered somebody, it's like, you got 2 steaks. It's the same exact price if you get another foot long for free. And they're like, we just want the 2 steaks. And I was like, it's free. Like, it's the same exact price. I ring you up, and it's the same exact price. And they're like, no, we don't want it. I was like, take it home and feed it to your dog. We don't have it. We don't have a dog. And I was like, well, okay. As soon as that happened, I realized, and everybody was buying steaks. So I would just tally it up and ring it up as 3 foot longs and tally it up. And the extra foot long, I would always ring up as a club. So it would have turkey, ham, and roast beef. So you got all the 3. So then when my friends would come in, like, hey, what's on the menu? I'm like, well, what do you want? You want turkey, ham, or roast beef? But I got really good at it to the point where it's like, oh crap, I'm bringing home like 10 foot long subs, a day. My dad and feeding all my friends. Well, the owner sold the company and sold it to what I call a see you next Tuesday.
Uh-huh.
Not a very nice woman. And the old owner came in and handed us a box. And you guys remember the Subway stamps?
Oh yeah,
yeah, sure,
yeah. So she brought in a box and handed it to me and my coworker, and she's like, "You got to give this to the new owner." And we're like, yeah, okay. She leaves. We open the box, and it's 2 rolls of Subway stamps. And it's like 2,000 foot long Subways a piece. And I'm like, here's one for you, and here's one for me. And we would take and just rip off strips at parties and tear them off and hand them out to people. Just and it's like, make sure you don't spend all of them at the. Oh, I don't want to say which Subway it was.
Well, did you get caught? Did you get caught doing this?
Nope.
All right. So why did you quit?
Yeah, I mean, so far so good. Other than having a crappy boss.
Oh well, it's $7.27 an hour, and I was getting ready to join the union, and I told her
what benefits and my pay that was going to be for joining the operators union.
Oh, yeah.
And if she could match it.
Yeah, Subway's not going to compete with a local. No. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Davis. All right.
Yeah. So it's like, she's like, nope. So I put that was after my 2 weeks notice. So I know I was pretty well. And this was 20 years ago. I think we're good now.
Yeah, I would think you're probably good now.
No, if I'm able to rob the place blind, I'm not quitting.
No, not if you're getting that kind of perk.
Not until they're escorting me out of the facility.
That was the perk.
That's one weird thing about jobs. You either leave on your own terms and you leave in a good way, in a good space, which happens occasionally in your life.
Sure.
Or it's just an absolute cluster F. So like when we left Baltimore, the situation at the time was they basically said if we did not sign the contracts that they put in front of us, that we would no longer be employed at the radio station.
Right.
And we did not agree with the contract. They said there's no adjusting the contract, blah, 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 blah.
Turns out there was, but yeah, at the time.
But that's the kind of hard line they gave us. So then we got a phone call from Hair Club, and he was interested in the show. So we said, okay, we came out here for a weekend, did what we did, got the interview, shockingly got the job, as drunk as we were.
Could not believe that.
After a weekend in Seattle. But when we went back, we did the right thing. We went up to the boss and we said, hey, we're going to take another job and we're going to put in our 2 weeks and we're not going to sign the contract because we don't agree with the contract.
Yeah.
And that's basically, as professional as you could be. Now, at that point in time, the big boss said, you know what? I don't even want you in the building anymore.
Get out now.
Get out now.
Now.
Right now.
I mean, we gave 2 weeks. No, because it is the right thing.
We came back on a Monday and we said, hey, man, we'll work out the 2 weeks, but we're going to take a different offer because it's just the terms, the money, the whole deal just, didn't.
It was crap.
Didn't sit right. And they lost their goddamn mind. And
it was not the reaction I expected.
Yeah.
No. Maybe be disappointed or something like that or try to convince you to stay back. But I mean, they chased us out of the building that day. And then what's crazy is, so they chased us out of the building. And again, we're like, we're not like quitting, storming out.
We're not mad.
We're giving 2 weeks notice because that's the part.
Also, we had a great opportunity out here and we were looking forward to it. So it didn't matter about that job anymore.
Right. They chased us out of there. Okay. Whatever. It is what it is. It's fine. Little tight on cash, but we know we got a gig coming up, so you figure out a way to make ends meet. So then I get a call from the boss, who, by the way, chased us out of the frickin' building. And he said, hey, I got a conference call. I don't know, say the guy's name, but he was a big wig at CBS in New York.
I think he was in L.A.
Was he L.A.? Yeah. Either way, I want you talk to him. And so I was like, okay. So they put me on with this dude, and he's now encouraging us to try to stay. And I said, hey, man, look, the middleman that connected me to you, I know he did not give you the full story, but I want to be very clear. We gave 2 weeks' notice. He chased us out of the frickin' building. So at this point, without question, we know we don't want to work for him because that was a word. So there's no chance we're coming back because he kind of played his cards there. And like I knew he was an a-hole, but that was a bit much. Right. All right. So the other thing that happened, all right, so the boss that chased us out, now he needs favors. Because one of the things was, he said, well, he called me at my home and said, hey, well, what am I supposed to put on the air for the next couple of weeks? So you could have had us on the air for a couple of weeks.
And it was just talk.
You chased us out. Right, there was no music on that station. I said, but you chased us out of the building, get the F out, all the stuff.
Right,
So
he basically said you got 5 minutes to get out.
Yeah, so I'm like, you put yourself in that situation. Now, here's a little thing where maybe we were guilty of something, a little sabotage. He said, hey, so I just said, look, we're not coming back, man. You chased us out of the building. So we're honoring your request. We're gone. Dude, figure it out. I don't know. I honestly don't know what to tell you. But he was going to, he said, what we're going to do is while we figure out how to replace you, we're going to play the best ofs. And we had all these best ofs on CD. But we still had a friend there. So we may have made a phone call to this friend and said, listen, find that box of CDs that has our best ofs. Meet us in the alley behind the building.
We were going to do a drive-by.
And give them to us. And this is exactly what happened. Basically, Miles and I pull up, man, this guy hands us the CDs.
We just roll down the window, poof, in the car, we drive away.
We're gone. So now the CDs are sitting in my apartment in Baltimore. So about 2 days later, the boss calls again.
They were going to do it the next day. This is a Tuesday.
Yeah.
So we do this on Monday after they have kicked us out of the office. We then go back later and do the drive-by because we're getting these things. After we've been kicked out of and talked to like this, all this crap, no, you're going to have to figure out what to put on the air tomorrow because we did it the right way.
So now he calls me.
So Scamponi throws these things in our car, all right? He goes back in. He's outside smoking a cigarette. We drive away. Now, Tuesday comes around. They got nothing.
They got nothing.
There's nothing. Okay. And then on a side note, here's another thing that happened. So we determined, like, look, we have a ton of friends that we work with in this building. A lot of people we respect, a lot of people we like, great coworkers, all that, from the reception area on down. And we said, we're going to throw a party at a local bar that is literally 2 blocks away from the radio station. And
one thing to remember, before the party happened, the boss called me and said, we can't find the best of. So I said, man, I don't know what to tell you. We don't work there anymore. I don't know. And he even says, I know you have them.
No.
I said, I'm pretty sure I don't.
But he also fired our producer not too long before that, like a month. And I'm like, well, maybe our old producer Eric has them.
Yeah, talk to him.
Because we haven't taken a vacation since Eric left, so we don't know where the best of are. That was never our job. The reason they put a best of is because we weren't there, so we did not know where those CDs were. We did not know any. So this is our explanation.
And I was lying to him, and he kept saying, "Yeah, I know you have them." I said, "Man, I don't have them. You need to get your stuff in order." Because, hey, it's not up to me to run your station. You chased us out. Yeah. Good luck on the best of.
So we got word out. We said, look, we're going to show up at this bar, the CVP, at Charles Village Pub in Towson. We're going to have a farewell party. We just want to say goodbye to everybody and drink a beer one last time and do this thing. So word of mouth gets around. I don't know if it started at 5, 6 o'clock, sometime in the afternoon. We get down to this bar, and a lot of our coworkers are already inside drinking. So there's a pretty good number of people in there that work for the company. Now, when we get there, our program director and our general manager are out front of the bar. They want to get into a fight.
A fist fight.
These are adults. These guys are 20 years older than we are. We're 30 at the time. They're in their 50s. Yeah. They've determined that they want to get into a fist fight. All right? Outside the bar, which had windows.
Yeah, everyone's looking outside.
And you could see the sidewalk. And all of these two, their employees are in the bar. And they're watching their bosses trying to get into a fist fight with 2 people that put the 2 weeks in. I think, Ted, were you in the bar?
No, Ted was out with us, but you were on probation.
Well, I had walked by them, but they were so rude the day we put in our 2 weeks, right? He had said something to me like, are you telling people you're leaving? I was like, yeah. He's like, well, stop doing that and get out of the building now. And I remember I just looked at it and said, I'm not even full time, so I just quit.
Ted did one of these.
Right.
I popped
Because it did not register in my brain when we saw him outside the bar that it was real. So you guys were still out there. At that point, I had walked in, and then I got word what was going on and tried to come back out.
Right.
But I remember at one point.
But you couldn't get in a fight. Because, yeah.
Well, Ted was on probation.
I wasn't on probation. I was on bail.
Right. But I remember you made the statement because these guys are threatening to fight us, and we're like, dude, you are insane. Like, this has escalated. All he said is,
can we just go in and get a beer?
But Ted said, hey, man, I'm on bail. I'm going inside. Because I think, Ted, you look like you were ready to swing.
Yeah.
And
I don't really care. It was like 23.
Yeah, so what?
They just didn't seem like they had fought in a while.
I don't think either of them have ever done that.
Both of them are wearing basically trench coats.
Oh, yeah.
You know, some like, and they're
suits.
wearing suits underneath it, you know, with Johnson and Murphy shoes on with no, I mean, like, just like, this is how you're going to fight. You're the big boss. Like, you're the program director of 3 or 4 radio stations.
5.
You're standing outside of a bar where people are just trying to say goodbye, and you want to get a fist. This is what I'm talking about when things end.
Yeah.
Sometimes job, you just walk away and everybody's happy and it's your own accord.
Not them.
Sometimes you got 2 idiots outside who want to get in a fist fight with you because people want to celebrate, you know, you get a new job.
And we had listeners there, too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All we said was, hey, we're giving our notice.
Next thing you know, we're going to scrap in front of a bar. Job, relationship, hobby, or habit, what brought it to an end? 206-803-ROCK.
The common poorwill.
Poorwill?
Poorwill. Poorwill. The common poor.
Couple from our question, what did you crash into or what crashed into you? This is a true one, I believe. I crashed into Dave Matthews 6 years ago.
Yeah.
He didn't appreciate the irony as much as I did. And from Big Dave.
He almost ran over my wife. Not Big Dave, Dave Matthews. Seriously, it's years ago. We just got into Seattle, and she's like, I was almost hit by a Prius today. I'm like, you all right? She's like, yeah, I'm fine. And she's a big Dave Matthews fan. And she said the guy was very apologetic. And I'm like, all right, well, that's cool. Why are you bringing it up? She's like, it was Dave Matthews.
Yeah, Wallingford's a dangerous place. I was riding my bike in an amphitheater, lost control because I couldn't find the brakes and crashed into a bulletproof window.
Oh, damn.
That had hurt. As far as a couple of these, as far as having an airbag deployed, it's like taking one of those rubber dodgeballs straight to the face.
Yeah.
The powder inside smells horrible. A lot of people made that comment as far as the smell once that thing deploys. Was driving a car when the airbags went off in an accident. Got chemical burns on both arms near where I was holding the steering wheel.
Damn.
That's not good. And finally, Pierce County Sheriff crashed into me 3 months after getting my license and my first car. His fault. Ran a red light doing a 20 over. No lights or sirens either. All right, time for a couple of birthdays, and they're brought to you by Men's Room Roasted Red Salsa from San Juan Salsa Company.
Dip responsibly.
Hope it's not too late to get this in. If not, please give a birthday shout out to Nicholas. He is 18 today. Can you give him some turtle sex? We don't have Coach Ted, but we do have the Dirty Germans talking about the last month of school before he graduates. Now that he's old enough. Happy birthday, Nick. We love you. That from Mom, Dad, Alexa, Braden, Lulu, and Athena.
Yeah, your last month of school, you're a senior, you're 18 years old. Let's just say when the prom shows up, get those fingers stinky.
Jesus. Yeah, let's see here.
Good Get your mind out of the gutter. Maybe I was suggesting you eat chitlins.
Afternoon, fellas. Hoping to get a birthday shout out to, let's see here, to my son, Brandon. We've been fans of the men's room for a very long time. He actually has a photo of him and Thrill that he still shows off to this day. So if you get him a fish sandwich and some dad jokes, that'd be appreciated. Happy birthday, Brandon. Love you. That from Pops.
Can I buy you a fish sandwich?
You know, it's left overnight. Sometimes you go home and you're just going to eat what you had last night because you got plenty of it.
Sure.
I've got all these Star Wars jokes from yesterday I didn't get a chance to get to.
Oh, bring them out.
So leftover Star Wars, May the 4th be with you, jokes.
Well, somebody did say today is...
The Revenge of the 5th.
Which I disagree. It should be the 6th.
I fully
if
agree.
you're going to do it. But for this purpose, we will do it. All right.
Who serves food at the Star Wars restaurant? Who serves food at the Star Wars restaurant?
Boba Fettuccine.
That's not bad.
Thank you.
Darth Vader.
Darth Vader.
Mike Tyson does not know why that's funny.
What Jedi became a rock star? What Jedi became a rock star?
I don't know.
Bon Jovi won Kenobi.
She's a whiz. There's a stretch.
Why couldn't Darth Vader ever find love? Why couldn't he ever find true love?
Why couldn't he find true love? He was looking in all the wrong places.
That's exactly right. He was looking in all the wrong places. How does Darth Vader like his toast?
On the dark side.
On the dark side. What did Obi-Wan say at the rodeo? What did Obi-Wan Kenobi say at the rodeo?
I don't know.
Use the horse, Luke.
Use the horse.
That's a leftover May the 4th jokes.
Use the horse. That's where we're at now. It's dad joke. But when you say it with the right accent, it works. Use the horse, Luke.
All right, guys, here you go. Happy, happy, happy birthday. Happy, happy, happy birthday. Happy, happy, happy birthday to you, to you, to you.
Ya's a Dirty Germans brought to you by Men's Room Original Sausage. Available through Uli's World Famous Sausage, mensroomlive.com, and other fine retailers. Schweinefleisch.
Yes, friends, it's time.
is not working on.
Well, thank you, Miles. Sorry to say, fellas, but Utz has issued a recall on some varieties of their chips on reports of salmonella concerns.
They have.
Yeah, I saw that.
But not only that, they've got a pretty good umbrella of other brands they use.
Right.
So it might not say Utz. For an example, they do Zaps. Have you ever been to Potbelly?
Yep.
They look like they're New Orleans chips.
Right. Those are Utz chips.
They're made in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay. So certain flavors of those and their dips and other stuff, like their cheese balls or something.
Yep.
Like, there's a handful of things that they recalled.
Dang.
I'm just happy they're here now.
Yeah, no kidding.
You can find the big bags in the grocery store, and they are fantastic.
Really? I don't know that I found a big bag yet. I know that our gal across the street, I know that she's got a couple small bags.
Yeah.
But I haven't found
For
the big bag.
$140 each.
Yeah, no kidding. And they're all expired.
Speaking of the grocery store, I went into the PCC in Fremont today, this morning, after going to the gym. They had the men's room beer brats from Woolies.
Really?
They did.
Okay.
But I bought them all.
Attaboy.
So they'll restock them. So if you're in there, and maybe you got a shot. I was like, dude.
I've gone down. I do know that the Tacoma Co-op, I don't know if it's called Tacoma Co-op, but it's off of Pearl Street. They restock on Tuesdays, and they have the men's room beer brats.
Nice.
Yep.
Thank you.
Bought some rolls.
Attaboy.
Got a green pepper and an onion.
Hell yeah.
Tomorrow night I'm hooking it up.
A Southwest flight in California was delayed for more than an hour because of a 4-foot-tall, 70-pound robot passenger that caused concerns.
What the hell's a robot passenger?
It's literally a 4-foot-tall, 70-pound robot that somebody bought a plane ticket for so that it could just sit there in the plane.
And so what was it doing that the flight was delayed?
It's giant-ass lithium-ion batteries. That
okay. That is fair.
This thing's going to burst into flame, and the plane's going to go down. So,
do you need a robot on the plane?
I think they were merely moving the robot.
I'm sure they had to buy the ticket. I do get that.
But even if you should check the thing, right? You still have those batteries in the plane.
Correct.
And then you would not be alerted to the fact that there was a problem if it caught fire immediately. So I think the safest place to transport it is actually in the plane if you're going to allow it.
I agree. Because they tell you, like,
in the cockpit or in the where the people
ship the battery separate.
Right. Because they do tell you, like, if you're going from a check bag, a carry-on to a check bag, they ask you, like, is there any lithium-ion batteries? They want to know where it's at.
Yeah, absolutely.
The thing that gets me is when they have to stop the plane because they figured out that they got one down in the cargo hold. Like, how'd you figure that out?
Well, my thing is with the robot, like, but why are we delayed an hour?
Right.
Look, either it's going to burst into flames or it is not. But what are we doing in that hour that makes a determination whether or not that's going to be the case?
Exactly.
Get the goddamn thing off the plane if you're that worried about it.
Right. You remember a while back, it was the Samsung phones that were spontaneously combusting on those doggone planes. A new study found that most Americans would give up nearly their entire paycheck for peace of mind. Isn't that kind of the point of getting paid, is a little bit of peace of mind?
I mean, that's such a weird correlation, right? Like, okay, but where's your peace of mind if you can't pay your bills? I mean, I guess in a perfect world, sure.
Right.
But look, if you didn't have bills to pay, most people probably wouldn't work.
Right.
I mean, like, everything's taken. How many products of rich people do you know got a job in high school? You might wait to inherit, whatever it is your parents do, but, like, they're not working at Domino's delivering freaking pizza, man. They're fine.
Right.
They got the peace of mind.
Hate to say it, but the stress of not having a roof next month keeps people working.
It really does.
How many people would go off at work and just walk out if they didn't have to worry about putting food on their table that night? So I get it.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I get it, man. Put your thinking caps on, gents. Time for the Merriam-Webster word of the day. I honestly give you guys a 20% chance of success because Steve pulls it out of his hind end from time to time. But it is a verb brought to you by the letter A. And to do this is to show or suggest, especially from omens, that something might happen in the future.
Especially from what?
Omens.
Omens.
Something might happen in the future. To A something. To show or suggest, especially from omens, that something might happen in the future. They say the downturn blanks badly for the success of the business.
Okay.
It can be a noun. I don't know if you spell it this way, but it can also be a noun for a digging device.
A digging device?
Digging device. Kind of a drill of sorts. Giant drill of sorts.
Harbinger?
Auger.
Auger. Ah, okay.
Auger is to show or suggest that something.
Did not know that.
Neither did I.
Yeah.
It's one of those, I've learned, now that I've been doing the Merriam-Webster word of the day, I have learned two words. I don't remember what the other one was, but I've learned two words that I have known to be nouns that can also be used as verbs.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Fun times. New research found that eating eggs regularly may significantly slash your risk of Alzheimer's.
You ever seen a fox with Alzheimer's? I have not.
You ever seen a chicken with one? They make them.
They do.
Yeah, I did meet that one chicken that had Alzheimer's.
They kind of consume their eggs, backwards.
Yeah.
I just have an egg at first.
Yes, reverse consume them.
Reverse consumption of eggs. That's a reverse. No, never mind.
And that way, without the Alzheimer's, you'll be very aware of your high cholesterol.
Yeah.
Right, that's always the thing. Like, right, everything you eat has some benefit somewhere, but then if you eat too much of it, there's the negative.
Yeah. And why is a cooked egg, the way you cook it, that much different? So, like they say, a hard-boiled egg.
99.9 KISW. The shenanigans continue. This is the Men's Room with Miles and Thrill.
Head to Florida. A former delivery service partner employee faces charges after allegedly vandalizing nearly 30 delivery vans at a Fort Myers warehouse, following him getting fired. Lee County Sheriff's Office responded to a call on Friday reporting that 29 Amazon delivery vans had been damaged overnight at the warehouse. The vans had slashed tires and punctures on the vehicle bodies. Additionally, 23 key fobs were missing from the facility. Detectives later recovered the fobs after they were thrown into a river. The business owner told detectives that a recently terminated employee, identified as Anthony Gillio, could have a connection to the vandalism. But detectives, they used a license plate reader to track Gillio to the area near the Amazon facility at the time of the incident. Our 4th Precinct detectives go out there, they scan, they look at surveillance, they scan the property, they find the keys, gloves, everything that he used to commit that crime in the water. It was thrown into the river by the suspect. The suspect obviously gets interviewed shortly after that, and he was arrested. He has been charged with grand theft, criminal mischief, and tampering with evidence.
Can't imagine why they fired him.
I can't either. Our question, job, relationship, hobby, or habit, what brought it to an end? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Greg. Welcome to the Men's Room.
Hola.
Hola.
So, I worked for a trucking company that basically promised me to put me on days and just never did. And so I found a new job and I gave him my 2 weeks. And in that 2 weeks, I called him up and said, hey, I can't come to work today. I got sun sickness. And they were like, well, what's sun sickness? Is it like heat stroke or something like that? And I said, no, it's just way too nice to come to work.
That's it. Okay. I like that you gave him an explanation. How long had they been promising to give you day shift? Like you say another 6 months, a year, what?
Like a year. And then I finally kind of, it's not going to happen. So, see ya.
Yep, that's fair enough, man. Mm-hmm. I like sun sickness. So, it's just too nice to come to work.
What are you talking about? A sunburn?
Yeah, no, sunburn, no, nothing like that.
Sun sickness. You might be wondering there, Steve, what I'm doing right now.
I know exactly what you're doing right now.
What am I doing right now?
You're bidding on the Little Woody's burger.
I am.
How much you bidding?
I got to find out what the top bid is.
Okay.
Okay, right. Okay, here we go.
All right, what's it at right now?
The current bid for the Little Woody's burger that you get to name and build on your own tomorrow for Seattle Rock Day. Right now, the current bid is at $110. They're saying the minimum bid needs to be $120. I'm going to go $125.
Ooh.
Place $125 max bid.
So I'll be doing $126.
Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Bids must be placed in increments of 10. Why, you mother. All right, so $130.
There you go.
$130. Place $130 max bid. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Back to the outside. Confirmed. I am the top bidder right now on the Miles Montgomery burger at Little Woody's that you can enjoy. Working on the ingredients right now, Tim.
Yeah.
It's going to have blue cheese, lettuce, tomatoes.
I was going to say.
And no meat.
Jalapeno peppers.
No burger. Just that stuff.
On a, what was that burger you eat, Mike? Impossible Burger. On an Impossible Burger.
There you go.
Oh, jeez.
Okay.
I will say a little bit like that last caller about just being like never getting nights.
Yeah.
Right? So get out of high school, start working at that liquor store. Work there for like a year. Now I'm like bartending shifts. But I also used to work at this basketball camp in the summer. So the boss did like me, right? The guy that owned the joint.
Yeah.
Like he wanted his kids to go to the math. I went there. So I just said, hey, I'm working this basketball camp. Sunday night through like Thursday afternoon, or Friday morning. But I'll be back Friday nights and Saturday day shift and work in the liquor store. And he's like, yeah, no worries, right?
Okay.
It's like 3 weeks. So there's like basically a month I don't have a day off, right? Because Sunday I would drive up to Frostburg, work camp all through Friday drive back to College Park. So that's, 3 hours distance, and then work Friday night, Saturday day. So this goes on for like a month, right? And so one day it's like I think it just ended or whatever. It's just one of those things, right? It's like a Monday. I don't know if I was just exhausted or whatever. So I call out sick, and I was sick, right?
Yeah.
So something happened, and basically he got so mad, he took away all my bartending shifts.
Oh, really?
Right. So then I'm like, okay, right? Because I was the daytime bartender, but you had to have at least Thursday, Friday, or like Saturday night was okay, but Thursday and Friday is where you made all the money. College students come in Thursday, all the locals come in Friday. So I went in there like a day or two later, and I just said to the manager, I was like, well, he's got to give me one of those back, right? Or I'm going to quit. And they're like, no. I was like, yeah, like call him right now. Like, this is ridiculous, right? Like, I didn't miss a day of work. Like, I've never been late, nothing else. Like, come on. So he called him, and he just goes, he's not going to give you one of those shifts back. I go, I can't get one of the bartending shifts back. No. I said, all right, well, I quit. And I remember walking out, and the guy was like, you're going to learn to regret. Like, I think you're going to really regret this.
Why?
It's like, no offense, but I was 19 working as a bartender and in the back of a refrigerator.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, exactly. Jesus.
I just remember that guy being so mad. I was like, dude, I'm not asking for my full schedule back. You own the place. You get mad. Like, I can't have one of the shifts back? No. All right, I'm out.
Fair enough. Now we move on to the world of relationships and why people might want to quit those. A New York woman faces up to 25 years in prison after she was found guilty of throwing a stick of dynamite into her boyfriend's bedroom. We brought you the story last week, causing him to lose his hand. Jury found that 35-year-old Kiana Waddle was guilty of first-degree assault and criminal possession of a weapon. Domestic violence, they say, can escalate to deadly levels. In this case, is a sobering reminder of that reality. A dangerous individual has been held accountable and will face a lengthy prison sentence for this horrific act.
Yeah.
Now, the trial stemmed from a March 2024 incident in which prosecutors say that Waddle threw a stick of dynamite into her boyfriend's bedroom on his bed while he slept after the two got into an argument. Prosecutors say the victim was awoken by a hissing sound and saw a flame on his bed. When he got up, he found the stick of dynamite and tried to extinguish it, but he was unsuccessful. So then the victim picks up the dynamite in an attempt to throw it outside. However, prosecutors say it detonated in his hand, causing searing pain and the loss of the hand. Doctors basically also had to amputate part of his arm.
Right.
The stick of dynamite.
The victim saw Waddle fleeing his apartment on foot after the incident. She was arrested the next day, and prosecutors say it was revealed she had threatened her boyfriend with dynamite upon several times. She now faces up to 25 years in prison and will be sentenced on May 27th.
If somebody threatened me with dynamite, I would not believe them. If I did not physically see it.
Yep.
But you're not going to get dynamite. She actually got the freaking dynamite and threw it in the room. And I've dated some crazy people, but I never worried about something like that.
Yeah.
Definitely some weirdos. There's one chick I dated. I ignored every red flag because the sex was good, right? I mean, long and short of it. And she was crazy when she was sober. She was crazier when she was drunk, but she was almost always drunk. She's taking down like 2/5 of vodka a day as a guarantee. And that was just to maintain. And I could look past that. But there was a day we came back to my apartment where my dog was there, and my dog had pooped on the floor. And obviously, that's not what the dog wanted to do, but still, I walk in, I'm just like, oh, God damn it, man. So I'm grabbing paper towels and stuff to clean it up. She hit my dog. She hit my dog in my apartment because it pooped on my floor. And I was like, hey, man, like, that was the end right there. I'm like, did you just hit my dog? She's like, well, he essed on your floor. I'm like, I know that. He didn't do it on purpose. No, he smeared it on the wall and said, die. I'm like, it's a dog. It had an accident, pooped on the floor. It sucks because it's summertime. I have no air conditioning. I'm on the top floor. So, yes, it smells bad. You cannot hit my dog. Then things got weird, all right? So we broke up because that just set me over the edge. I'm like, it's like someone hitting your kid.
Yeah. What is your kid?
And so it's just like, dude, you out of your mind. So we break up. And there was a lot of relief. You know, it was an ugly situation, but so much relief. Like, thank God. And that's when the crazy started. So now she starts stalking me. She would start stalking my friends. I would get calls from my friends when I'm at work, and I always have to like, don't call me at work unless it's an emergency kind of thing. And they're like, hey, man, your buddy Paul's on the phone. So I assume it's an emergency because Paul's smart enough not to call me at work, right? And he's like, yeah, and I'm not going to say her name, but like, she was outside of my house. I'm like, why? He's like, I don't know. But she was across the street. And there were 4 other people, including a girl I started dating months later, would call me to say that this ex is standing outside of my home across the street, basically just freaking me out. I'm like, is she doing anything? They're like, no, but she's there, man. So I had a conversation with her about that. Didn't matter. She started stalking me. Long story short, that's part of the reason I moved to New Orleans. Like, she was like the Terminator weird, man. You could not make it stop. But it's antagonizing my friends. It got to my parents once. She's antagonizing me. And I'm like, this is insane. Like, this bitch is absolutely crazy. So I moved to New Orleans for a year. I get back to Baltimore. Like, she's still, it eventually kind of faded, but she kind of showed up. And I want to point out, I was homeless. And she found me on the street. And I'm like, you have got to be kidding me. You know, like, this is too much. Like, that's why I moved, man. Like, you've got to get it together. Stayed in contact with her in a way for probably like 2 more years. And then finally, it just got a weird phone call. I'm like, oh my God. So now I honestly thought she was trying to kill herself at her place. So I go over to her place. And I'm like, anyway, I get there. She's not answering the door. Her neighbor comes out. I'm like, have you seen her? She's like, not lately. And I'm just like, Jesus Christ, man. So I don't want to kick open her door because it's an apartment. And I don't feel like dealing with the landlord, so call the cops. When the cops are on their way, now Crazy opens her door, but it's before the cops got there. She had just gotten hammered and passed out. And I'm like, hey, look, man, I came by just like for a wellness check, but you got to get it together. I've called the cops. Well, apparently that was the wrong thing to do. You know, so I'm not to arrest you. I did not know if you were dead. That's why I'm here. So now she freaks out about that. You hear the cops come in through the front door downstairs. Now she hides in her bedroom. I'm like, what are you doing? They just want to make sure you're okay. Then I have to stand there and explain. There's 2 cops, and I'm trying to explain to them the situation. I'm like, look, man, we dated, and I'm going to be honest with you. She's crazy, and she's drunk, and she's both of those things right now. I called you because just a weird phone call with her earlier. Then I did not hear from her. I thought she was going to kill herself, which is why I am here. She did not, but she ain't going to come out of her bedroom. And they're like, what's in her bedroom? I'm like, the only thing in her bedroom is her. And I'm just telling you, she's crazy. There's nothing more to it. Like, is she safe? I'm like, she doesn't have weapons or anything. You can try to talk to her, man. Just suit yourself. So I hung out for about 10 more minutes, and the female cop went in, and she's knocking on the bedroom door, and you hear just screaming. I'm not going to open the door. I'm not. And so the cop's like, lady, calm down, man. Like, this dude called because he was worried about you. You're not under arrest. You are not in trouble. We just need to physically see you to make sure that you're okay. She cracked the door. They saw her face. The cop looked at me. I just shrugged. I'm like, look, man, this is what I'm dealing with. I don't want anything else to do with this. The cops finally left. I left. Never saw her again.
That was it.
I was like, I'm done. I'm done. Right? I wanted to be done before, but, you know, deep down inside of everyone, there's some kindness. So when I thought she might be killing herself, I'm like, oh, my God, right? I don't want that. And I know she's crazy, and I don't necessarily think she's above that. But that's why I went. And I'm like, why am I here? It's
always something.
Now, like, I'm talking to the cops. You're about nothing in your bedroom. Again, you're not in trouble. I want to make sure you're alive. And I just thought, like, I'm done. And thank God, somehow she never contacted me after that either. Because I was just, in my mind, I said, I'm done. I guess it translated to her, just like, Jesus Christ.
I said that at least she stopped contacting.
And again, just don't hit my damn dog. Yeah. All of this started because you hit my dog because my dog pooped on my floor.
I had a birthday when I was 19 years old. It was a Friday night. The girl that I was dating, I dated for like 3 or 4 years. And she lived about 35 minutes away. She was going to a different college, which was down the road. So we saw each other on the weekends and all that. But Friday night, we decided to have a rager to celebrate my birthday. So, because the next day there was, I'm trying to remember what the next day was. Something was going on. Anyway, we didn't have the party on Saturday. We had it on Friday night. And I'm turning 19 or 20 the next day, whatever the deal is. So my girlfriend at the time says, well, look, I can't make it tonight, but I'm going to come up for the weekend, and I'll show up on Saturday, and then we'll go out and spend the day together, spend Saturday night together. Perfect. Friday night, man, we have a kegger, good time, have a rager. I have a king-size waterbed in my bedroom.
Yeah, ladies.
And the house beside us was a house full of girls. Truth be told, none of us ever dated any of those girls because they had boyfriends and they had their own life.
They're just their neighbors.
But we partied with them. And when they have parties, they'd invite us over.
Just never dated them.
Well, they didn't.
We had sex, man, but we never dated.
There was 7 people in our house that lived there, so there was no cross. You know what I mean? Nobody was dating one from the other house. But we would always party together. Now these 2 chicks that I knew, again, they live next door. I mean, literally, these homes are a sidewalk apart from each other.
Yeah.
I used to run cable from their window into my window. We split it.
All right.
Just so I would have. That's how close these homes were. You could see the little cable.
Yeah.
But anyway, so Jamie and her, I can't remember the friend. They pass out in my bed. I don't know this.
Okay.
I don't know they're in my bed passed out. I don't know what time it is. I went to bed, maybe 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. One of those kinds of deals. But it was definitely a night where, drugs were had, all that stuff. I go up into my bedroom, and I see those two ladies in there, and they're passed out, right? So I'm like, hey, guys, wake up, go home. They're not budging.
Right.
I'm like, all right, scoot over. So I push these girls over, and I pass out in the bed on my side of the bed where I normally slept anyway. I have my shoes on. I have my pants on, my underwear, my socks, and my shirt on.
Yeah, straight pass out. I
face plant and go to sleep. Now, I want to say it's early in the morning, but I really think it's like 10:30. Okay? This is one of those. So it's 10:30 in the morning or 11 o'clock in the morning. I'm just waking up to on my door. Now, my girlfriend is at the door. She has like 2 or 3 presents, like a Mylar balloon,
right,
something else. I can't remember what. She might have
celebrating the birthday.
She might have had like a mini cake for later, like a little tiny one for the 2 of us, whatever the deal is. She knocks on the door. I open the door. All right. Now I'm out of the bed. I open the door, and there are 2 chicks basically face down in my bed, completely passed out. And
but they're in their clothes, right?
The one must have taken off her shirt in the middle of the night because she got hot or something. So she was just in her bra. She might have been in her bra when I got up there.
Right.
I don't remember. I don't know. I just know that I had nothing to do with the situation. Again, I dated this girl for like 4 years, whatever the deal is. I open the door. She bursts out into tears, slaps me across the face, throws the gifts at me, and would never talk to me again.
That was it.
That was it. That was the end of it.
And you tried explaining
I
this, right?
explained this thing in the stairway, walking outside. I tried to stop her from driving away like, hey, I am being honest with you.
Right.
Like, nothing happened. These are my neighbors. Well, if they're your neighbors, why didn't they just go to bed in their own bed? That is a great question.
Because they're hammers.
I don't know why they crashed in my bed, but they did. But I still went and passed out and went to sleep. Like, when I woke up, I was in the clothes that I passed out in. I was like, she's like, oh, sure you were. It took you 5 minutes to get to the door. I'm sure you got dressed. And I was like, I just didn't wake up. I didn't realize what was going on.
Right.
I thought it was a dream, whatever the deal is. So basically, I got dumped after 5 years just based on
your birthday.
On my birthday.
But how was the party?
The party the night before was great for me.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
But I'm just like, you got to be kidding me. All this. Like, I knew her parents. I knew her brothers.
Oh, they hate you now.
I knew her family members. Her uncle and I were good friends. She knew my parents. She knew my brother, my sister.
Oh, yeah.
The whole deal. And it all came to a crashing halt on my birthday morning because 2 chicks passed out of my bed.
And you did nothing.
I did nothing. Honest to God, I did nothing. Job, relationship, hobby, or habit, what brought it to an end? 206-803-ROCK.
The common poor will.
Poor will?
Poorwill. Poor will. The common
the
poor will.
saddest looking bird ever.
No kidding. Imagine being called the poor will.
Crash into what crashed into you. 206-803-ROCK.
Their leg. That is a
shaved pig.
Hey, let me see that shaved pig.
Hey, baby, you know I got to get out of here for a minute. I got to go shave that
man, that's an absolute unit right there.
That is the hottest euphemism ever. Hey, let me see that shaved pig you got, girl.
Hey, yeah, what are you doing, man? Just shaving my pig, bro. What are you doing?
That's a shaved pig right there.
Hey, man, give me
I'm shaving my pig, brother. I'll call you back.
I got a date, man. Give me a half hour, man. I'll be over. I'll stop in pregame. Now for all TV news all time, time for TV Time with Ted.
And now, because your pathetic life is confined to countless hours in front of a talking box, the Men's Room presents TV Time with Ted.
Mike Hawk's turn.
What's happening, everybody? We finally closed it out. The Ted Smith will be back tomorrow. Normal time, so for right now, y'all get me. And as we get started here, I got a little bit of news in the world of entertainment. Y'all remember Blake Lively, the big news that she was in here not long ago.
Well, she was like in a lawsuit with someone that she starred with in a movie. I don't know what their deal was, but they've been going at each other for a year and a half, 2
Pretty
years.
much.
Okay.
You summed it up pretty well there, Steve. So following the filming
Baldini?
of the Justin Baldoni.
Damn it!
Baldoni.
So close. Following the filming of the 2024 movie, It Ends With Us, there was allegations of sexual harassment, a subsequent smear campaign on the set of the film. Blake Lively's basically saying, this guy, he came after me, did all this bad stuff, ran a smear campaign. He ran a countersuit for defamation against her, blah, blah, blah. It blew up into a pretty big deal, right?
Right. And nobody knew what they were talking about until they made it a big deal.
Pretty much. Right. And the thing is that the assumption was from kind of the peanut gallery was like, it looks like you kind of caught feelings for a dude that wasn't your husband, and then all of a sudden people started noticing it. So as of now, actors Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni have ended their high-profile legal fight. This happened on Monday. 2 weeks. I know.
God, I can go home now and just kick back on the couch.
You can relax.
I can just smoke a joint like it's over.
Now I can get back
God.
to politics.
2 weeks before what remained of the case was due in a federal courtroom. A joint statement by their lawyers announced the settlement. Let's see here. Lively's claims of sexual harassment on a film set. The end product, the movie It Ends With Us, is a source of pride to all of us who work to bring it to life.
Do you think the lawyers got together and said, hey, man, listen, I know we're both making a lot of money on this, but honest to God, do you give a rat's ass about what these two dumb bitches are going on about? I mean, does any of this matter to anybody?
It's rich people.
It is.
That's what I mean.
There's a certain point, like it was like the Met Gala last night. Okay,
about to bring that up.
You look at that ridiculousness, and you go like, in this time, in this day and age, where people are just trying to buy food, gas, get to work, get the kids where they want to go. These are not the problems that anyone gives a flying F about.
No.
Like it's just. Look, if we're doing well, the country's cooking.
Sure.
Then we're all happy.
We want to celebrate with you.
Okay, man. Hey, good. Great movie.
This is a reminder that you are filthy rich. It was Sarah Paulson. Quick side note. It was whatever, the Met Gala, right? Apparently she had some kind of protest thing. There's a dollar bill, and it was, protesting money. I looked at my wife and I said, you can't be at the Met Gala and then have a protest about something with Jeff Bezos. It doesn't matter.
Right.
You're there.
Yeah, there was a whole
New
lot
York
of
City at this freaking thing. You spent money to dress like Halloween.
Well,
people like me,
you look like
you're
in a ball in Star Wars.
Right.
Like,
it does kind of look like
you
that.
can't even eat. You can't sit down. You can't fart. You can't take a crap. Like, dude, if I'm that person and I have that, I'm like, I will politely decline, even if I was invited.
This year,
because
for sure.
Look, I mean, I don't know.
No, I feel you.
There's more important things, right?
So you know what? There's more.
No, Miles, there's not.
So I'm glad they're done with this. I can
done with
relax now.
Yeah. What did they say there? We acknowledge the process presented challenges and recognize concerns raised by Ms. Lively deserve to be heard. Blah 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 blah.
Even if she doesn't work or her husband doesn't, I think they're going to be okay.
They're going to be just fine.
She was at the Met Gala.
But guess what? They all dirtied themselves by dragging this thing through the mud.
You're darn right.
So now everyone just kind of just don't really think about it.
I did not know much about her. I knew her name, right? I didn't know much about her. And I never paid attention to whatever their deal is because I do not care and it seemed petty to me. But that said, at the end of this, I don't like either of them. I've never met them. I don't know anything about them. I have never read a quote for them. But I'm like, I have to keep at least seeing the headlines about this, and this is some petty-ass BS. Shut up.
So let's stick with the Met Gala there. Somebody came up dressed up better, in my opinion, better than any of them all, because she always comes out dressed to the nines. Usually it's for the Halloween ball that they all go to.
Klum.
Heidi Klum.
Okay.
Absolutely friggin' nailed it again.
I cut her slack. Look, she's rich and all these blah, 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 blah. But she is a cosplayer lover. I mean, she
crushes it. And Tim's got it up now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't matter. She likes to dress up. So with this, now I'm looking at the picture that Tim put up on YouTube. That's actually dressed down for her.
No kidding.
Right?
So she dressed up as a statue this time around.
Let's be relatable. Back to that. Your favorite, other than auctions, your favorite ball that you attended.
Oh, I haven't.
Yeah.
Favorite ball.
My left one. That's the one I visited most.
We're normal people.
Correct.
The fact that we're talking about ballrooms and balls and all this stuff, it just accentuates people that we don't even.
We don't measure.
It's not even the same world.
We live on different planets.
So
absolutely,
that's what I'm saying.
That's why I love what Heidi Klum does. That's why I'm bringing her up right now.
Well,
because
she's
you're right.
beautiful. She's beautiful. I don't care if she's
absolutely dropped dead gorgeous.
But she always dresses up. That's
Correct.
the thing. And I go like, this is her thing.
She dated Seal and married him, or maybe she didn't, because she saw the outline of his penis in a hotel gym.
That's
when
not
they
a
happened
joke.
to be staying in a hotel together. That's why I love her.
Right.
She's awesome.
I like
But
that
at the
she
same point in
actually-
time, like a ball. I can't even imagine getting an invitation to a ball.
No.
So this is not real world. This is not real to me.
But I love that she goes bees out on her costumes. Not normally for the Met Gala. This is like the first time that she went all out for the Met Gala. Usually she does like a Halloween thing, but this time she went all out for that, and I
But that's what I'm
appreciate
saying.
that because
She's almost like my daughter. She's a nerd who wants to dress up. And I go, look, that's
okay.
That is who she is.
100%.
Because you're not wearing someone's stuff.
Correct. You're not
That
trying
is
to show
true.
us how
Right.
fancy you are.
All these fashion
Unless the
designers,
Statue of Liberty was her designer.
Back to paying for Blake Lively's dress. She showed up because a fashion designer paid for her whatever $100,000 ticket, right?
Exactly.
That's not my world.
No, not at all.
And I don't care.
Not at all. Let's switch gears over here. We frequently hear about the highest grossing actors of all time, but what about the highest grossing directors of all time? So I have a list here of the highest grossing directors of all time, and what I'm going to do, you guys can guess the directors if you'd like to, but what I really wanted to know, if you guys know, is what is their most successful film?
Okay. All right.
Okay.
That's fair.
Give me your guesses. Who are the highest grossing film directors of all time?
I would say James Cameron has got to be up there.
Number 2 on the list, James Cameron.
Spielberg's one.
He has grossed $10.6 billion. What is James Cameron's most successful film, Steve?
I'm going to say Titanic.
Avatar.
Miles, you nailed it.
Okay.
$2.9 billion for Avatar. Titanic probably would have been it, but because it came out in the 90s, that money doesn't transfer.
Right. You know, the thing with Avatar, if people like it, they like it. I did not particularly enjoy it, but to me, it's like take the Smurfs, put them in Dances with Wolves or Last of the Mohicans. There's your movie.
Fern Gully.
It wasn't innovative. It looks cool, but the movie itself, I just thought, I'm like, eh.
Miles, you nailed number 1. It is Steven Spielberg at $10.7 billion that he's raked in. What is Steven Spielberg, of his vast library, what is Steven Spielberg's most successful film?
Based on time, no, because you got to go back to the 80s or the 90s.
Right.
So money-wise, it's got to be newer
Okay.
to gross more.
What do you got?
I mean, back when we went to the movies, it was $4, dude.
I know.
Exactly.
Because we're old.
So what do you
I'll
think?
say
Raiders?
no. One of the newer Jurassic Park movies.
Oh, that's a good call, man.
They actually just go with Jurassic Park. $1 billion.
Oh, so the first one.
Right.
All right, I was wrong on the theory.
Billion. No, you were right, because that was the 90s. So I don't know if that counts the entire franchise. I don't believe that it does.
He only did the one, and then I think he may have lent his name to one of the later ones, but he didn't direct it.
Probably Schindler's List, but only because of the children's toys.
Man.
McDonald's Happy Meal toys.
Oh, yeah. The tie-in with Schindler's List.
Why is everything on a bagel?
Oh, we're going to get fired.
Yep.
Anthony and Joe Russo come in at number 3 with $6.8 billion. Do you guys have any idea what Anthony and Joe Russo did?
I don't.
Very recent, huge franchise.
Very recent, huge friend. Does it appeal to me? Does it appeal to the younger demographic?
It appeals to you, but mostly the younger demographic.
I don't know.
At $2.8 billion, their most successful film was Avengers Endgame.
Oh. You know what's weird about that, right? When you talk about Star Wars, you bring up George Lucas, even though he hasn't been involved in a long time. Spielberg, you can attach his name. What's his face? Titanic guy, James Cameron. He will make it a point for you to know he did it. But it's weird. With all those Avengers movies and all the money they made, nerds do, normal people, we do not know who the directors were.
Is it like the Coen brothers where they always work together?
They might be. To be honest with you, I don't know.
Okay.
This is the mighty 99.9 KISW and KISW HD1 Seattle. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Text the guys at 206-803-ROCK from the Pinky's Plumbing Studio. You're in the men's room.
Seattle Rock Day is tomorrow. A benefiting our friends at Smash. Seattle musicians access to sustainable healthcare. I just got an email.
All right.
You are currently the highest bidder for the Little Woody's custom burger. So I did a little digging there, and I was like, all right, I know who else is bidding on this thing. Guess who I outbid?
Castle.
Taryn Daly.
Oh, yeah?
Suck it. Got her by $20.
Nice.
Yeah.
That should play
maybe they were trying to build a burger, too. I don't know.
I'm sure they were if they bid on it, man.
But that should play into your favor tomorrow.
Why do you think so?
Because we're on after them. So whatever she bids.
Oh, I know that.
She's got to deal with family and stuff. Like,
Sure.
she might
She got a
forget to
kid, bro.
recheck.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Hell with a Daily Mix burger, whatever they're coming up with. It's probably got poop on it.
Yeah.
That is the most immature slam I've heard in a while.
Oh, what's going to be poop?
Poop with cheese? Who's going to buy poop with cheeseburger, huh?
Maybe you should name it that. If you get the highest bid, it's called the Daily Mix Poop Burger. Like, guys, I honored you in the name. Yeah.
But you should, by the way, see how far you can push the name.
Oh, no. Well, I'll keep trying.
The poop de loop.
Well, that is if she outbids me.
Yeah, see what happens,
I mean,
man.
she's going to outbid me, and I got to come back with my credit card one more time. But, yeah. Seattle Rock Day is tomorrow. Those auction items, and there are a ton of them up there. You can check them out now. You can bid right now.
Yeah,
at KISW.com. So that's going to get underway tomorrow. And, again, Mike McCready's taking over at 10. He's our Rock ambassador.
Yep.
It's going to be a great day tomorrow. Okay, so back to the question. Job, relationship, hobby, or habit? What brought it to an end? 206-803-ROCK.
So I was looking. I found the 12 hobbies that people quietly quit as they age. Now, we know a lot of things, like during the pandemic, people are like, you know what, I'm going to make sourdough bread. I don't know why it was specifically sourdough. That became a thing. And I want to say that 0% of those people continue to make sourdough bread.
Well, you had to do something to occupy your time.
You did.
And hopefully they're back to work now.
I think it's one of those things, too, where people are like, if I ever had the time, I'd make my homemade sourdough. And it's like they had time. So they're like, F it. Let's make
But why was it all sourdough? Like, nobody made white bread, wheat bread.
Or
it was
like
all sourdough.
lasagna. You know what I mean?
Right.
Something that takes
it
time.
was sourdough bread for whatever reason. But some of the things, it says, Mike, this one might relate to you because you're easily the biggest quote-unquote gamer in here.
All right.
Staying up late for video games or movies. Did you used to do the all-night gaming or game until 2 o'clock in the morning?
Look, I've been an old man since I was 14 years old.
I understand that.
So usually I was good till about midnight. Sometimes I'd stretch it to 1. I think I can count on one hand how many times I went beyond 1 o'clock.
What about now?
As soon as midnight hits, I'm already falling asleep in this room, man.
Yeah, I can't even make it that far. I've gotten to the point now where I'm like 10 o'clock. I'm like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to enjoy some sleep. I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to lay down. I mean, I might not go to bed yet, but I'm just going to go lay down and start the process. I really do enjoy a good night's sleep if I can get it.
Other things that people give up on quietly, collecting trinkets and memorabilia. And they're talking baseball cards, all that.
Oh, look, dude, I just read a whole thing of that as far as there's absolutely zero value in baseball cards, in Pogs, in Beanie Babies, Cabbage Patch dolls. If you thought it was valuable and you're holding on to it, it's absolutely just taking up wasted space.
I'm going to say
as far as if you're looking for a monetary outcome out of it.
The only thing that might hold value are Pokemon cards, even then certain Pokemon cards.
That's it. And it's got to be a very select baseball card that has not been touched, that has not been... All this crap.
They say risky outdoor adventures. I think we can all agree on that. This one, I don't know, says DIY home projects, right? I feel like the older I get, even though I have more money and I could hire someone, a lot of times I'm like, you know what? If it's not electrical or plumbing, let's give it a try. Ted, you defeat the curve on this. Learning new musical instruments. They say the older you get, the less likely you are to give it a try. How's the ukulele going?
You know what? We got it. We need to schedule another lesson.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Back to the home improvement stuff, though.
Yeah.
There are some things that I did, even in my early 30s and 40s, where I was like, this is stupid. Like blowing the gutters clean with my leaf blower on top of the roof.
Why was that stupid?
Just because the ladder was 12, 13, 14 feet high.
Yeah.
I'm carrying this thing. I'm walking on I'm not tethered into the roof. You know,
Right.
I'm walking to the edge to do this
to do all
around the
this stuff.
perimeter. So
I had a buddy that tried to fix something on his roof, and he knew better, and it was a little damaged. He fell through it.
Oh, damn.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Yeah, I've fallen through a roof before.
They say traveling spontaneously. I mean, look.
Or the guy who checked my house fell through the roof, not me.
For me, it's the reason I don't travel spontaneously, aside from the fact that it costs a fortune, is I have kids. And look, if I sucked the kids out and I kept the money from that, I would travel, well, on weekends. Can't really do it spontaneously. They say social media trends and challenges, obviously, because all of the challenges are freaking stupid.
Yeah.
Except my one buddy who is roughly my age who did that one chip challenge with the kids, and he's like, yeah, I regretted it. I'm like, dude, it was the reason it's a challenge is because it's not going to end well, right? Even if you do it successfully, whatever the challenge is, it doesn't end well. So you ate the one chip, and then you paid the price for 24 hours. So congratulations.
That's why I don't get the atomic hot wings.
Right, exactly.
When I go to Wing Dome.
Okay, you ate it, and maybe you didn't puke or you didn't drink or whatever it is you have to do, but what is the benefit of this? Because you look miserable, but yeah, you did. It's like, I don't know, I successfully headbutted a cactus. Cool. I mean, but you're bleeding out of your face. They say attending every family gathering. That is absolutely something I try to avoid, but I always have. Mike, we just started, not we, but some people that we work with have started some weird fantasy book club thing, whatever.
Yeah.
Well, it says reading fiction or romance novels. Now,
What?
they're saying as far as things that people stop doing when they get older. Now, I do not know what's going on here in the halls of Odyssey, but they started a book club, but there's some weird, is it like fantasy porn or something like that? What are they reading?
Romantasy is what I believe is what they call that.
Which is what exactly? Like elves having sex kind of thing?
It's fantasy porn, yeah.
Okay.
Smut, I believe is what
Smut,
they call
all
it.
right. They say competitive hobbies, things like chess and all that. I don't know. I feel like
If you have the time for it. Maybe you just don't have the time for it.
I feel more inclined to try something like chess. Not try, I know how to do it, but I'm saying I'd be more inclined to play now than I ever was when I was younger. When I'm younger, I want to get out of the house and do stuff, man. Chess, I'm old now. Like, F it. We'll play chess. Let's see. What do they have? Morning ritual. Oh, no, sorry. That was something else.
My thing is, can I injure myself? Is
That's
this
why
going
the
to put me in the
risky outdoor
hospital?
behavior.
Am
Yeah.
I going to break something? Even if it was just like sled riding, and I actually had a sled, I still know there's risk involved.
Correct.
Skiing. One of the reasons I gave up skiing is because I don't want to rip my knees out. I know your ankles are not going to, the boots will take care of that.
Sure.
I don't want to fly into a tree. I don't want to get into a tree well. All these things that, because I am not with the group of people that I went to the slope with because they are better than me. So I'm on different slopes than they are. So I'm basically skiing by myself. So that's terrifying to me. I will never get on a skateboard ever again.
It's funny. My son got a skateboard. It's like 2 or 3 years ago, right? Wandered for his birthday, whatever. They're cheap. Got him one. He's like, Dad. So he's zipping up and down the driveway. It's like, Dad, try it. I'm like, no. He's like, what are you talking about? It's fun. I'm like, oh, I'm sure it's a lot of fun. Brother, I'm too old. I'm not getting on the thing. That's one thing about having a son. Every time they get something new, it's always, Dad, you have to do this with me. Depending what it is, I might think about it. You want to play catch? Cool. You want me to ride the skateboard? Absolutely not. You want us to go riding scooters together? Sure. But now he's pulling wheelies. Dad, give it a try. No.
I told him, my next door neighbor, he is still on crutches from taking that scooter home.
Lime?
Yeah.
And what did he do? How did he eat it?
He jumped off of the scooter. I guess he was trying to stop, but he was coming to a stop.
All right.
But when he tried to get off of it, I don't know if his knee locked or what the deal is, but he completely shredded it.
Yeah.
Oh. He just, he wasn't going that fast. I was braking. I was coming to a stop, like at a stoplight or a street or whatever the deal was. He steps down with his left leg, poof. The whole knee just explodes. I'm
Jesus Christ.
No thanks.
Yeah.
Job, relationship, hobby, or habit, what brought it to an end? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Craig. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola.
Hola.
All right, so I had this job. I was 18, just young and dumb and full of, good stuff. And I once you turn 18, you're able to start giving the golfers. So it was Sahali Country Club, very fancy. So we'd have these events, and there was this one weekend. It was like an all-weekend event for like the members where they were all like really old. And so they made these really stiff drinks for these dudes. And I decided that I wanted to start trying different types of drinks I'd never had. I'd never had vodka cranberry. I've never, I liked rum and Coke and that kind of stuff. I never had all these other ones. I was like, give me a screwdriver. I'd pretend to like bring it to a guest and then put the drink over where the other servers and busboys and everything would just keep sodas. So nobody would be the wiser. I was like, what I'll do is I'll get a little tipsy, and then like at dinner time during staff break, I'll have this fun little meal. Well, a couple hours roll by, and I am hammered. And, I'm like stumbling around, like trying to set up silverware, and it's just like so obvious. And my boss is, Craig, you're drunk. You need to go home. So they pull aside like one of the bartenders, and they said, okay, you're going to drive him home. Somebody else is going to follow you guys. I'm in the passenger seat of my car just yakking out the window, and they drop me off, and that was the last time I ever worked there, of course. And then, like, I go lay down in bed or pass out in bed. My mom comes home like, oh, that's weird. It's like only 11 o'clock or midnight, and oh, Craig's in bed already. So she comes down to just check on me, and I'm like, wake up, and I go, oh, hey, Sheila, or whatever. Like, that's not her name. I didn't call her by mom. Like, I don't know how she didn't smell like how bad it must have smelled, like booze. And I woke up in the morning, and I had puked on my shag carpet floor, and like I had two remotes, one for the TV, one for the VCR. I puked on both of those. The next day, I had the worst hangover probably I've ever had in my life. It was just awful because I was drinking on an empty stomach, and like I said, they made these really stiff drinks for these old golfer dudes.
Look, man, if it's an old man and he gets a mixed cocktail, it will be the stiffest version of that cocktail you will ever drink.
God forbid it's a sunny day. That's the other combination.
Oh,
if it's a cloudy day, man, and you're outside for 4 hours, you might be able to handle a lot. When that sun starts hitting and you got mixed drinks in your hand, it's a recipe for disaster on a golf course because you're out there for 4 hours.
Yeah.
So you will continue to drink for the most part, a lot of that time.
I will say,
it's like being on a boat in the sun.
Mm-hmm. I stopped when I was still living at home, and you might catch a buzz here and there, but I would never come home drunk again. And my parents never confronted me about it, but I am smashed like this guy was. I managed to get home. I stumble up to my bed. My parents are in bed. They're asleep, right? They don't hear anything. I'm like, cool, coast is clear. I think I'm 17, 18 years old. 6 o'clock the next morning, it's a Saturday. It's in the summer. The sun is up. And my father, see if we get up, you're going with me to Home Depot. And I had a different place, Heckinger's, but it was the same kind of thing. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, man, I'm working on a project, but I need you to help me carry the wood to and from the car. And I'm like, can we do this later? He's like, hey, man, we're going right now. So I'm like, okay. So keep in mind, I think I'm still drunk when I wake up. And I believe that I am hiding this from my father because he doesn't say anything. He's awfully chatty. And we drive to the hardware store, and I'm hating this. And he seems to be taking an especially long time talking to the lumber guy. And my father is very gifted when it comes to working with wood. So I'm like, what could he possibly be asking? And I'm just trying not to throw up, wandering through the store. I'm sweating. But again, Dad's in a great mood. So now we got to carry all this heavy wood, load it into the car, right? We drive back home. Say, do you want to stop, grab something to eat? I did not. He's like, okay. Hit some McDonald's drive-thru. At this age, I don't realize the miracle that is McDonald's Coca-Cola in the morning. So he gets some smelly-ass burger. Again, I'm trying not to vomit, and I don't want to talk much because I can taste the booze in my breath. And as far as I know, my father has no idea that I came home smashed. And we get home, and now he's whistling, which means he's in a great mood. And this is Baltimore, man. And again, in the sun, now it's like 90 degrees, 95% humidity, the sweat's coming down. I really think I'm going to die. He's like, help me unload the wood from the car. And we got to take it to the backyard for this miracle project that I know nothing about, but apparently he's going to work on. And we're loading the stuff up. And finally, I run to the edge of the yard, and I puke in the tree line. And I come back, and I'm like, hey, Dad, seriously, man, like, can we pick this up later? And he looked at me and said, do you want to talk about last night? I don't. He said, okay, grab the rest of the wood. Never did it again. Just never. I did not get in trouble. Nothing. I'd have rather gotten in trouble than that morning in that heat and that humidity, trying not to puke. My dad's just smiling. Great. And by the way, he got all that wood. Never did a goddamn thing with it.
Job, relationship, hobby, or habit. What brought it to an end? 206-803-ROCK.
Oh, lesson learned.
Lesson learned, man. Yeah. You want to talk about last night? I'm like, I do not. He's like, cool. Grab the rest of the wood. So, yeah, lesson learned, man. Hello, Bob. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola.
Hola.
Welcome back, Ted. Missed you on the show.
Oh, thanks, Bob.
Yeah, no problem. This is about a relationship that ended in the 80s, and this gal was absolutely perfect in every aspect of the word perfect. She could cook, she could clean, sew, she loved to ski, racquetball, liked to do everything, positive attitude. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better girlfriend.
How'd you F it up?
This is how I effed it up. I was working at a grocery store at the time, and grocery stores back in the 80s were pretty much party central. Everybody was getting on with everybody. But I was, faithful to my girlfriend and everything. And we had a girl that just started working there. She was a helper clerk. She just graduated from high school, and she was a redhead, and she was a smoke show. And so I told a buddy of mine about her, and he said, well, yeah, I want to meet her, but, get me a picture of her. So I got a picture of her, and I told her, hey, write something risque on the back of it for me, and, I'll give it to him. Well, she wrote on the back what she wanted to do to him, and I took the picture and stuck it in my wallet, and you know where I'm going with this, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, she found the picture, and immediately, that night that she found the picture, she just went off on me. She said, I know you're cheating on me and all this stuff. And I'm like, what are you talking about? She goes, women know this stuff. Just get the hell out of my apartment. So I left, and, I was pretty broken up about it. A couple years later, I ran into her best friend, and I go, I don't have a clue what happened. She said, well, she found the picture in your wallet. It's like, oh, well, that's the end of that then.
No, you should have told her that was not for me. Either way.
I never had the opportunity to tell her that because she never told me that she found the picture.
Uh-huh. And it never occurred to you that might be why?
No, Well, it was in the middle of the night when she was going off on me and woke me up out of sleep. So,
okay. After that, did you ever hook up with the redhead?
No, I should have, but I didn't.
Did your friend?
Huh?
Did your friend?
Oh, yeah, he did. He did.
Well,
all right, well, then you're the good messenger.
Yeah, you traded off one for the other.
Yeah, you got him laid. Lost the perfect in every way. There's nothing wrong with her.
Job, relationship, hobby, or habit, what brought it to an end? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Megan. Welcome to the men's room.
Hi there.
Hola.
Hola. Do I just tell you what my deal was? Okay, so I had a friend. We were really good friends. Then she started dating my brother. Well, she actually owned an adult family home that I began working for, which I truly loved. It was the best job I ever had. She didn't actually work there, but her mom helped me run it. She was the one who told me how things went. And so I worked there for about a year, maybe a year and a half. And, she's engaged to my brother. They're about to get married. And my nephew from Texas comes up, and he's young. He's he's actually 6 months older than my oldest daughter. So he was barely 20 at the time. And I was in my 40s. She's in her late 30s. My brother's, same age as her, either way. So I come to work one day, and she's got my nephew working there, and I was like, well, that's kind of weird. And she had some questions about some gifts that I had bought for my brother and for my nephew at the time. And I then found out that she was dating my nephew, and I lost my job because, I didn't want to have to fight her over it.
Well, what would have been the big deal?
Right. They would have kept me. They would have, she would have had to go away. But my brother was like, no, it's not worth it. Just go.
Okay.
Just get out of there. You don't need to be a part of it. So, yeah.
So I assume she and your brother did not marry.
They did not.
Okay.
They did have a child, though. So,
well, anyone can do that.
Exactly. Well, I did.
Good time.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go. Coming up, the return of Who Sucks Less on the way at 4:30, and we've got your emails to the men's room at KISW.com up next.
Tonight, the platypus faced water chicken. Is it just a duck? But first, a man in Meshuggah, Wisconsin. Are you okay, Felix?
Yeah. Trying not to sneeze, man, but having an allergic reaction to the new wallpaper in the studio.
I just noticed that. New wallpaper. You're allergic to it?
Seems that way, Playboy.
Oh, for the love of Pete, you just sneezed on me.
Yeah, sorry about that, Playboy.
But you sneezed to your right and sprayed me from my left. How is that possible?
Yeah.
Jeez and rice, it happened again.
Yeah, it's my bad, man. It's the 4-dimensional wallpaper.
4-dimensional wallpaper? What is 4-dimensional wallpaper?
4-dimensional.
I know what 4-dimensional means, Felix. I'm asking what is 4-dimensional wallpaper?
Exactly what it sounds like, man. It's wallpaper that opens up the 4th dimension.
Oh, Felix!
Sorry, man. I told you I'm allergic.
I'm gathering that. Can you please look in a different direction if you're gonna sneeze?
Yeah, sorry.
Go! Achoo! Down! Achoo! Go! How did I get sprayed again? This isn't right.
Yeah, man, I don't know how the 4th dimension works.
Oh! Ah! Yeah! Yeah! Ah! Ah! This doesn't make any sense. How do I keep getting hit?
Again, Stone, I do not know how the 4th dimension works.
This is ridiculous. What?
Yeah, that was weird, Playboy.
Oh! Okay. I've had enough of this 4-dimensional wallpaper. Oh! That's it! Bonnie! Hi, Stone. What do you need? Bonnie, have the 4-dimensional wallpaper removed. I don't know who wanted it in the first place, but it has to go. I cannot work like this. Oh! Okay, I'll make some calls. Thank you, Bonnie. This is absurd. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. We need to go to break to deal with our interdimensionality.
Is that even a word, Playboy?
Is what a word? Interdimensionality?
Yeah, man.
Yes, Felix. Interdimensionality refers to the concept of existing in or traveling between multiple dimensions, beyond the familiar 3 spatial dimensions and 1 time dimension. But it should not be made into wallpaper.
Hello, ladies. Like what you see? You know you do. But you can see even more by subscribing to your YouTube channel and social media pages. Just search @InActionNews. I'm working on an OnlyFans account, but I don't have feet just yet. But stay tuned.
The common poorwill.
Poorwill?
Poorwill. Number 1, it is Steven Spielberg at $10.7 billion that he's raked in. What is Steven Spielberg, of his vast library, what is Steven Spielberg's most successful film?
Based on time, no, because you got to go back to the 80s or the 90s.
Right.
So money-wise, it's got to be newer.
Okay.
To gross more.
What do you got?
I mean, back when we went to the movies, it was $4, dude.
I know.
Exactly.
Because we're old.
So what do you think?
I'll say...
Raiders?
No. One of the newer Jurassic Park movies.
Oh, that's a good call, man.
They actually just go with Jurassic Park, $1 billion.
Oh, so the first one.
Right.
All right, I was wrong on the theory.
Billion. No, you were right, because that was the 90s. So I don't know if that counts the entire franchise. I don't believe that it does.
He only did the one, and then I think he may have lent his name to one of the later ones, but he didn't direct it.
Probably Schindler's List, but only because of the children's toys.
Man.
McDonald's Happy Meal toys.
Oh, yeah. The tie-in with Schindler's List.
Why is everything on a bagel?
No. We're going to get fired.
Yep.
Anthony and Joe Russo come in at number 3 with $6.8 billion. Do you guys have any idea what Anthony and Joe Russo did?
I don't.
Very recent, huge franchise.
Very recent, huge friend. Does it appeal to me? Does it appeal to the younger demographic?
It appeals to you, but mostly the younger demographic.
I don't know.
At $2.8 billion, their most successful film was Avengers Endgame.
Oh. You know what's weird about that, right? When you talk about Star Wars, you bring up George Lucas, even though he hasn't been involved in a long time. Spielberg.
KISW. We return to the men's room with Miles and Thrill.
Coming up, the return of Who Sucks Less on the way at 4:30, but first time for a few emails to the men's room at KISW.com.
You've got mail.
Couple on our question: job, relationship, hobby, or habit, what brought it to an end? Kayla from Tacoma here. After 10 years of heavy alcohol abuse and losing nearly everything, including my life, finally got sober with the help of a medical detox, because without it, withdrawal would have killed me. I'm 2.5 years sober now, getting my life back slowly. Thank God for my husband who stuck by me through all the vomit and constant ambulance trips. Wow. Keep on rocking, guys. That from Kayla in Tacoma.
Hey, good on him for sticking by, man.
And good for you for getting through that.
Yeah.
Old boys, I'll make this quick. First job, 15 years old, McDonald's. Walked in, got a walk-through orientation. Took about 15 minutes. Soon as it was done, I walked out.
Damn.
Wasn't happening. No offense to fast food workers. Just couldn't do it. That from Irish. Old boys, I'm not done with my job yet, but it will end on January the 2nd, 2027. We'll be retiring and moving out of the state. I'm calling the shots on this one, hoping for a nice retirement party at the Double Ranch. I'll keep you posted on the party date. That from the Elk Plain Drifter and Amy Jean.
All right.
It's always nice to have a retirement date. I knew a buddy who was a bartender down in Tacoma, and he'd worked at this place for 30-some years.
All right.
And every time I walk in, he'd go, 215 days. Right. See him next week. He'd be like, 209 days, 8 days, whatever it was. I mean, it's just, he knew the exact date, man. It was counting them down.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I can't.
Dude, I met a guy in the Miami airport. Him and his wife had just got done like a cruise down in the Bahamas.
Okay.
And he was like, and when we land, it's like our first day of retirement. He goes,
really?
I planned it out. So like this trip ended, and then that like, what was it? Whatever day this
so
week.
He's saying his last vacation days, and then he was going to be done when he got home.
Yeah. I never met the guy. I just went, my man.
Yeah,
threw a fist out, just like, you timed that out well.
Guys, I quit my job at Grease Monkey when I was 18 because my manager was changing my time card, saying I was only working 42 to 43 hours a week when I was putting in 50 plus.
Damn, man.
Walked out while he was on lunch, and he later called me that night and cursed me out. Okay, do we have time for a few birthdays? Brought to you by Men's Room Roasted Red Salsa from San Juan Salsa Company.
Responsibly.
What do we got here?
I love the old, that guy quit. I'll call him and curse him out. Like,
you were changing my time card, and you're mad at me.
I ain't gonna get him back.
I know.
Okay. All the naked ladies, today is my boy Cody, pronounced Glizzy Lover 5000, 25th birthday. When he's not busy putting condiments on his dogs, he can be found massaging his Miata. So could the captain give him some pointers on turning this hump day into a hump night with his roommate, and maybe a bad joke or two for Miles? Thanks, guys. That from Chris in Oak Harbor.
Ooh, well, ahoy there, and happy birthday. When you want to turn your hump day into a hump night, I tell you who you need to see, Joe Camel. That's right. Every night is hump night with Joe, and oddly enough, if you like massaging Miatas, you'll never guess what he calls his penis. Crunch berries.
All right, a couple dad jokes for you there, Cody. Had a woman tell me she'd given birth to 2 baby goats.
2 goats?
2 baby goats.
Huh.
She was kidding. Did you know that during deer season in some states, McDonald's has a venison nugget that they offer?
No.
Yeah.
It's under $2.
It's under $1.
Oh, damn it.
It's under $1. Probably more than $2, man. You guys know that I can name maybe 2 or 3 Motown acts, maybe 2 or 3.
Oh, yeah? Who are they?
But 4 tops.
Okay, I like that one.
I phoned in to work sick the other day. Boss said, how sick are you? I said, I'm in bed with my mom. Is that sick enough?
How sick are you?
That's awful.
Hola and aloha, you degenerates. Shout out to Missy, pronounced Soldier Girl on her birthday. And given she's likely suffering from post-tequila sobriety debriefing, can both the captain and Coke Ted give her advice for handling the day after Cinco de Mayo Taco Tuesday? And perhaps to help, British Mike Hawk ordering some bangers and mash. Appreciate you all and can't wait to taste the return of the red. That from Bacon.
Ooh, well, ahoy there, and happy birthday. Yeah, went a little heavy on the old tequila last night, did you? Well, the old Capitan's been known to party on Cinco de Mayo himself, but we don't call today May 6th. The old Capitan likes to call it May 69. Crunch berries.
All right, first of all, Coke Ted's in a great mood. He's been in Miami. He's Miami Ted. He's doing a lot of Coke. Second of all, you ate all that stuff yesterday. You having Mexican food, drinking tequila. You know what? Do a lot of Coke and then crap your brains out. Get it done in one fair shot.
But Charles, can I get a 49th birthday shout out from my wife?
Mash.
Oh, sorry.
We need the bangers and mash, Miles. I need the British music. His name's Bacon. The bacon looks a little different over here, but we just stick with the bangers and mash. It works great for a hangover when your heads are busting out your face. Here's you had a little too much of the sick in your body. Have a little bit of beans with you to bacon the bash. It is going to be a good time here, mate.
It's like English Boomhauer.
But Charles, can I get a big 49th birthday shout out to my wife, Natalia? Can you give her a Suck It Up cupcake, a Pat Sajak, and her favorite, the captain, letting her know how I plan to nibble on her crunch berries this evening? And maybe Coach Ted, if he's playing. Maybe he can explain that in most sports, 49 beats 48. Love all that you guys do. That from Carrie.
So, suck it up, cupcake!
She wants a D, and she's going to get one.
Ooh, well, ahoy there, and happy birthday. Hey, let's tell your husband, before he nibbles on your crunch berries, if he really wants to be adventurous, he should eat your fudge stripe. Crunch berries.
All right, I'm not going to lie. Coach, a little confused here. Besides golf, I feel like 49 is always going to be 48. Other than that, I would say let's stick with the golf theme. You know what? Tee it high. Let it fly. At the end of the day, we got to get inside that hole. The cup.
Oh, yeah. Gentlemen, my brother Gabe is celebrating his 52nd trip around the sun. I would like you to wish him a happy birthday. Would you send some shotgun gets, a fish sandwich, and the Dirty Germans talking about cornhole? Thanks, guys. That from Tracy and from Chandler.
Get a fillet of fish sandwich.
I take it. Yeah, I love how you people here in the United States call it cornhole. We simply call it the backside.
Yeah, so the funniest thing is that you could put it directly in the hole, or you can leave it on the board, as I call it, board shots.
Yeah, and what we like to do is stuff both of our bags in one hole.
All right, guys, here you go.
Happy, happy, happy birthday. Happy, happy, happy birthday. Happy, happy, happy birthday to you, to you, to you.
Ya's a Dirty Germans brought to you by Men's Room Original Sausage. Available through Uli's world famous sausage, mensroomlive.com, and other fine retailers. Schweinefleisch.
Thank you, Bob. A couple of extra emails here. Why was I in the hospital? Hola, guys.
We don't know.
You asked this question a day late. I just was in the hospital yesterday for my first non-recreational colonoscopy. It was an easy procedure.
Non-recreational, okay.
Yeah. If you guys need to get one, do not put it off. For Miles, I did a little weigh-in pre- and post-prep cleanse.
Ooh, okay.
I need to do this the next time.
Yeah.
I never thought about this.
Hold on. Before you read, how much weight, I'm going to guess...
Pre and post?
Pre and post.
4 pounds.
Before you start taking the drink, or
Right.
I think they have a pill now, but either way, man, you're going to start working your way through. So
I'm going
how
to
much?
guess 4 pounds of poop.
How much you think? How many pounds?
I'll say 5.5.
5.3 pounds.
Oh, Ted.
Yep.
He knows his poop weight.
That's like if you ever have a long day of maybe enjoying some adult beverages, specifically beer. Sometimes you gotta hop on the scale before you pee.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Have you done it?
Yeah.
How much weight did you lose?
I've definitely had one like coming home after a game where it was like a pound or two.
Wow,
just
man.
like BS water weight.
And one more. PB&J's is the subject. Ola Bachola's Thrill has mentioned how much he enjoys peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
Yes, indeed.
Have you ever tried toasting the bread, then making the PB&J? It was a game changer for me.
Look, everyone in the world has suggested it to me. I don't know why I'm so resistant to it. I have. It's no big deal.
It just makes it fancy.
I'm sure. Toasting bread is no effort. For whatever reason, I just don't. I cannot explain how much I like that soft, cheap, white, preservative-laden bread with my peanut butter and jelly, man.
Yeah, that's why the Uncrustable is so good. I've heard people say put it in the air fryer, all those things. But I mean, the bread is the key to that little creation.
And look, maybe I'm missing out. Maybe I am cheating myself from experiencing this next level of joy. But for whatever reason, if it is a soft-ass piece of white bread and I got the peanut butter and jelly, like my mouth will water.
Also, it tells me if I buy a loaf of white bread, I can put some of it in the freezer, and it's going to be perfectly fine based on the Uncrustable. Still being, if you just let it thaw out.
There's a lot of people who've been freezing bread for years.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I just never think to do it. All right, let's see here. Coming up at 5:08, we will drink and toast with a shot of the day, but first.
Now, the men's room wants to know who sucks less?
Hey, time for Who Sucks Less. Stephen Thrill, you bring us 3 stories from the news each and every week. They always suck. It is up to us to determine, though, out of the 3 stories, which one sucks the least. Now, if you happen to follow us on X and Instagram and Men's Room Live, or you like the Men's Room on Facebook, the debate is already underway on Who Sucks Less.
Yeah, and this week is a little weird, all right? Because you go through the news, and as always, we find 3 people that suck. You try to figure out who sucks least. In this case, man, and I hate to let you guys down, man, it's like, to me, the answer's already been predetermined, all right? So, as I'm going through the news...
So you're saying this is the easiest one we've ever done?
I feel like people already voted on this. I mean, the thing is, you go through the news, and one thing that happens is, when you can, you try to find something that hits a little close to home. So, we got 3 stories, believe it or not, about people that work in our field, in the radio industry.
Okay.
But it's already been determined who sucks the least, and his name is the Ted Smith, apparently, who was just voted the most popular radio personality in Seattle radio by 425 magazine.
There you go.
Yes, indeed.
Not only got a trophy, but you've also got a cake.
Now, I want you to understand.
And Mike's going to go get the beer. Oh, he's got the beer.
You already got the beer. All right, so Ted, first of all, congratulations, man.
Yes, yeah.
That is awesome.
I was pumped.
Just so you know, that trophy you were holding is handmade by yours truly, Mr. Steve the Thrill Hill. And I want to understand how this came together. The pedestal for your trophy, that was a piece of flooring that is left over from my wife and I redid our kitchen years ago. All right?
Oh, yeah.
Sitting on top of that base is a Men's Room IPA beer can that I pulled out of my recycling on Monday. That's why it is dented and spray painted it bronze, and that broken microphone that is also on that pedestal.
Yeah, drink up.
That is out of the home studio I got there when I'm recording music. I am not sure what happened to the microphone, but clearly it is broken. So these things were then spray painted, mounted, and glued to that platform so that you have your very own trophy. And Dayton from the Daily Mix Morning Show hooked me up with the rock sticker that adorns the side of it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That is a one-of-a-kind trophy.
That is a big deal.
Have right there.
That is a big deal. Did you know that you got this award?
I did.
Okay.
But I also knew when they told me they called me, shout out to Scott.
How'd they get your phone number?
That is weird.
Castle sent me an email and just said, this guy from 425 Magazine's trying to reach out to you.
Ah, okay.
So I called him and I'm like, what's up? He goes, I assume you know why I'm calling. I said, I have no idea, to be honest. And he's like, you won. And I go, I won. I didn't know I was up for it. He goes, you weren't. He was like, we had a drop down thing. You weren't in there. People kept writing your name in, so you won.
You won local radio personality for 2026 from the Best of 425 magazine.
Without being nominated.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Again, you weren't one of the choices.
Here's what it
people
says.
wrote your ass in.
Maryland Ray's Ted Smith. Host with fellow Baltimore connection Steve Hill and Miles Montgomery, The Men's Room, a 99.9 KISW broadcast radio show that is driving personalities. Crack is an outreach program for troubled alcoholic loudmouths. Smith also chairs The Podcast, which covers current events and personal life updates with an irreverent style that's become his beloved trademark.
No new episode this week.
Your beloved trademark.
I know. This is the thing. They go, you can't tell anybody till we announce it on May 1st, right? So I told like Castle and our bosses.
Sure.
And I'm like, of course, I've had this plane ticket and tickets to F1 for like 8 months. And it was going to be the same weekend the award was announced.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the...
Please say a few words if you can.
By the way, just so you know,
you won an award. That's what you do when you win an award.
You put them on the spot.
You have some things to say to the people out there, not only that voted for you, but apparently love you and listen to you as you are the local personality of the year. I mean, if you have a second, would you like to say some words to your fans, to the people who love you?
Flooded with all kinds of comments there on the YouTubes, all showing you the love there, Ted.
Yeah. I mean, you know me. Honestly, thanks to everybody that voted for me, since I wasn't even in there. Second of all, I love the Northwest. Just know whenever I'm in Miami, wherever I'm going, I'm always talking about Seattle. And then, just honestly, humbly, thanks. Just awesome.
And just so you know, originally it was going to be a beer koozie because that speaks much more to who you are. All right?
Yeah.
And I went through 4 different koozies at my house. It does not take the spray paint well. That I did not know that it would end as poorly as it did. Basically, they dissolved. It turned into a mess. So I said, F it. That's why the beer can was already in recycling. I had to pull it out.
It's got a dent in it.
It legitimately has a dent in it. But for whatever reason, I do this to my cans when I'm done. I don't know why. Like, if I'm done with the beer, I press my thumb, and then I toss it in recycling, and then I'm digging through my trash because I'm like, I know, and that's actually the least dented can I could find. I did what I could to make it look better. Went out with the spray paint. This was on Monday. So my son comes outside, and he's like, what is all this, man? And I said, hey, Mr. Ted, since he knows you, I said he was the most popular radio personality in Seattle. He's like, that's cool. Doesn't answer my question.
Actually, just Tacoma.
What are you doing? I said, I'm making him a trophy. He just kind of nodded his head, and I could tell what my son was conveying is, that's pretty ghetto, Dad. But hey.
That's a ramshackle trophy.
Here we go from YouTube. Congratulations, Ted. Ted deserves a raise. Congrats, Ted. Yay, Ted. Congrats. Congratulations, Ted. Fluff, yeah, Ted. The number one. All he does is win, win, win. Well deserved. Congratulations. You guys should roast him. Way to go. Congrats. By the way, in 21 years of us being on the air here in Seattle, the second or third year we were on, the company was called Intercom there.
Oh, yeah.
And we won an award. And the award was...
It was the second year we were here.
The most improved show.
Now, you do the math on that.
The most improved show.
Yeah. That tells me we really sucked. And I said, they don't suck anymore. They never said we were good. They never said fantastic job. Just you're so much better than you were.
That's not the best. That's kind of like, that's a participation trophy.
Yes.
That's exactly what that is.
Hey, you didn't suck as the year went on.
So in 21 years, we finally got a winner, and it's the Ted Smith. So congratulations on that.
And honestly, like 425 Magazine doesn't know this, but it got me a free bucket of beers at the 305 Sports Bar.
What?
Yeah. So me and my buddy are just sitting there.
In Miami.
Right. So I knew Mike was going to talk about it a little bit. So we were trying to time it out to like watch the show on YouTube.
Yeah.
But we kind of lost track. And then we started BSing with people. And they were like, one guy's like, how do we know you actually do radio? And I was like, look, here it is. And he was like, no kidding. What are you guys drinking? Fucking shots.
Nice.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That is awesome.
It was, honestly, it was a great validator all weekend.
So in your lifetime now, as you count up your awards.
Correct.
How many awards or accolades have you gotten in your life? I know starting with high school or before that. Did you win a Little League championship or anything like that?
6th grade.
6th grade. So you did win the Little League championship. Well, that's a big deal because typically you can play sports all your life and not be the champion.
That is correct.
Anything you do, you could be at your local pickleball place. Good luck winning that championship, right?
So I won one award at graduation at DeMatha. but it was me and 3 other guys who didn't have maybe the best grades.
All right.
And I forget the name of the award, but it's basically just like, you guys, great for the school and everything. My brother was like, he's like, they just gave you guys that because they like you. Right? It's like they couldn't, your grades weren't good enough. So I have that award.
But you have the prom?
Oh, yeah. Homecoming King. I won that one. Yeah, senior class president.
Senior class president, homecoming king, yeah, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, but those I campaigned for.
All right.
Like this one, I had no campaigning involved. Right? So this one.
And Miles was on the ballot.
Was that really?
No,
I didn't think so.
It might have just said the bench room. We should write anything tense.
Why the hell would I be on the ballot? That's awesome. A write-in win. That very rarely happens in politics, in anything.
Yeah, honestly, you could hear it in my voice. I was blown away when the dude called me. Sure. Thanks to everybody. Like, yeah, just awesome. And then this really nice, fellas.
So do you get the key to the city in Tacoma or anything like that? What do you?
Well, 425 is more the east side.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So there's a little best of for everybody that won. There's a gala, I believe, coming up.
Oh, yeah.
In May.
A gala?
All right.
Yes.
You're going to a gala?
Gala.
Whichever. And no, call it a gala when you're going. It's a gala when other people go.
I don't know. I'm just a simple award winner. Hang out.
Did you get dinner?
Yeah, dinner,
drinks,
cocktail, the whole thing.
A real award?
Yeah, a real award. I get to schmooze with other,
important
insiders.
people.
Yeah, all that stuff.
Best of the 425.
Yeah.
Well, like the Kraken won.
They did.
Seattle Mariners won their category. I mean, there was some.
What was the category? Best professional baseball team in Seattle.
Best fan experience was the Kraken.
Okay.
I think the Seahawks won, obviously, best sports team.
Well, yeah.
Or whatever the deal was. But yeah, I mean, the company you're keeping at that awards ceremony is going to be pretty nice.
I hope they send the mascots.
That would actually be pretty cool.
You want to be Julio Rodriguez? What about the moose?
Right. Ted, congratulations.
Yeah,
Thanks, man.
Enjoy the cake. The cake says good for you.
I like that. I did look down. It just says good for you.
Good for you. Yeah, we put that on Ryan Castle. He was like, hang on, I'm going to decorate it.
I'll be right back.
Yeah,
good for
awesome.
you.
Let's crack a beer.
Ted Smith is the local radio personality, the best one of 425 for 2026. So that is awesome.
Thanks, boys.
Give us room to drink coming up at 5:08. We will drink and toast with Sean Day coming up.
Tonight, the platypus-faced water chicken. Is it just a duck? But first, a man in Meshuggah, Wisconsin. Are you okay, Felix?
Yeah. Trying not to sneeze, man, but having an allergic reaction to the new wallpaper in the studio.
I just noticed that. New wallpaper. You're allergic to it?
Seems that way, Playboy.
Oh, for the love of Pete, you just sneezed on me.
Yeah, sorry about that, Playboy.
But you sneezed to your right and sprayed me from my left. How is that possible?
Yeah.
Cheese and rice, it happened again.
Yeah, it's my bad, man. It's the 4-dimensional wallpaper.
4-dimensional wallpaper? What is 4-dimensional wallpaper?
4-dimensional.
I know what 4-dimensional means, Felix. I'm asking what is 4-dimensional wallpaper?
Exactly what it sounds like, man. It's wallpaper that opens up the 4th dimension.
Oh, Felix!
Sorry, man. I told you I'm allergic.
I'm gathering that. Can you please look in a different direction if you're gonna sneeze?
Yeah, sorry.
Go! Achoo! Down! Achoo! Go! How did I get sprayed again? This isn't right.
Yeah, man, I don't know how the 4th dimension works.
Oh! Ah! Yeah! Yeah! Ah! Dog! This doesn't make any sense. How do I keep getting hit?
Again, Stone, I do not know how the 4th dimension works.
This is ridiculous. What?
Yeah, that was weird, Playboy.
Oh! Okay. I've had enough of this 4-dimensional wallpaper. Oh! That's it! Bonnie! Hi, Stone. What do you need? Bonnie, have the 4-dimensional wallpaper removed. I don't know who wanted it in the first place, but it has to go. I cannot work like this. Oh! Okay, I'll make some calls. Thank you, Bonnie. This is absurd. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. We need to go to break to deal with our interdimensionality.
Is that even a word, Playboy?
Is what a word? Interdimensionality?
Yeah, man.
Yes, Felix. Interdimensionality refers to the concept of existing in or traveling between multiple dimensions, beyond the familiar 3 spatial dimensions and 1 time dimension. But it should not be made into wallpaper.
I got a glass eye, man, like Sandy Duncan, the woman who played Peter Pan back in the day.
Hogan's Family.
You ever heard of Sandy Duncan?
No.
Okay, like in the 70s, man, at least when I was a kid, she was like everybody's sweetheart. Everybody loved Sandy Duncan because she played Peter Pan. But as a kid, I'm like, but that's a woman. She played Peter Pan, but she also happened to look like Peter Pan.
And people accepted this.
It was Sandy Duncan. I cannot explain it, man. Somehow she transcended all things.
It's like having a man play Annie.
A man did play Annie. You saw that little girl?
Here we go.
His name was Joseph Scacciatore.
Joseph Scacciatore.
Yeah, he's very sensitive about that, man.
Do not mess with Joseph Scacciatore.
Yeah, they had the speed of his voice. It's like, listen to go mom, do mambo. Yeah, tell your mother comes out tomorrow.
Tell your mother.
Tell your mother. Yeah, it's all about the mother, you know, Jersey.
Of course. You ready?
We're all ready.
Here we go.
Tonight, the TSA is reevaluating the screening process after a man successfully hijacked a plane with 5 ounces of cologne. But first, we start with some good news. At least for our local viewers, the mayor's office has officially announced that our city's Metropolitan Festival will happen as scheduled later this month.
Everybody loves MetFest, man.
They certainly do, Felix. Food, fun, and festivities are back on the menu for the 78th year in a row.
I've gone to MetFest for the last 11 years in a row.
My lovely wife and I have been going for the last 31 years. Actually, the first gift I ever gave my wife, then girlfriend, was a stuffed red-lipped batfish that I wanted to ring toss.
A stuffed red-lipped batfish?
Yes, sir, a stuffed red-lipped batfish.
You a true romantic, Playboy.
I know that a red-lipped batfish doesn't scream romance,
but I didn't get to pick the animal, Felix. And all the same, my wife was very touched.
Yeah, if you say so, man.
At any rate, many people have fond memories of the Metropolitan Festival, and it will be returning this year.
Why wouldn't it be? It's a tradition, man.
Well, frankly, between Bon Jovi continuing his reign of terror and Saber-Tooth Tiger on the loose, there were serious security concerns, almost to the point of canceling this year's festival.
Fair enough, man. People don't want to be blown up or eaten.
Or both.
Both?
Yeah. Nobody wants to be blown up and eaten.
Who has been blown up and been eaten?
Bruce.
Who is Bruce?
The shark from the movie Jaws. At the end of the movie, he explodes and then the seagulls start eating him.
Damn, Bonnie. How about a spoiler alert next time?
For Jaws?
Yes, I haven't seen the movie yet.
You've never seen the movie Jaws?
No, I have plans to watch that and Jumanji. I'm on the J movie.
I know you well enough to know that you're not joking. Nevertheless, our city's Metropolitan Festival is returning in spite of Bon Jovi and the Saber-Tooth Tiger. New security measures have been put in place to assure that everybody is safe. There is, however, one bit of bad news.
Bad news? Is this like when my Uncle Willis had to tell everyone that the paprika on the deviled egg was actually fire ants?
What?
My Uncle Willis, man. He brought deviled eggs to the family reunion. They seemed real spicy, you know, because everybody's mouths were burning.
Because he used fire ants. Fire ants. Fire ants instead of paprika.
Yeah, man, it was crazy.
People had mouthfuls of fire ants.
The ones who ate the deviled eggs, yeah. It was crazy.
That is ridiculous, Felix.
That's what everyone told my Uncle Will. Well, the ones who could still talk.
To answer your question, no. This bad news regarding the Metropolitan Festival is nothing like your uncle's fire ant deviled eggs.
That's good.
Right. So while MetFest will go on, this year's event will not include Cirque du Soleil.
What? No Cirque du Soleil, man. That's the highlight of MetFest.
Many people agree, but due to a licensing conflict, Cirque du Soleil will not be happening this year.
Where else can you see Amateur Pilots Air Show, man?
Which lived up to its name with fiery accuracy.
Or the Stutterer Spelling Bee.
Which, if I recall, was the longest spelling bee on record.
Or the Infant Rodeo.
Ah, yes. The Infant Rodeo.
Those babies just couldn't stay on the bulls, man.
Because they were infants, Felix.
It's in the name. Infant Rodeo. Do the math, Playboy.
Well, no Cirque du Soleil this year. So those of you who are hoping to see the Pika competitive eating competition will have to wait another year.
Pika? What's Pika, man? Is that a...
The Men's Room returns with Miles and Thrill.
Good news, good news. As far as the Smash auction for tomorrow, for Seattle Rock Day, I'm still in the lead on the Little Woody's burger.
Still you. All
right. Looking good, looking good. You can bid on all those items, including a Pearl Jam signed guitar, Wolfgang Van Halen signed guitar. Ticket packages are on there. Do not vote on the Little Woody's burger. That's all I'm asking.
Vote on the Little Woody's burger now.
No, don't do that.
Do it now.
KISW.
Now.
All right, go to 508. We'll drink and toast with a shot of the day. We do have your headlines on the way at 5:50. But first, quick check-in with Mike Hawk and some of the stories and headlines he is not working on.
Well, thank you, Miles. A new study found that having 3 or more kids may cut a woman's stroke risk in half.
Oh, there you go, ladies. More reason to have more kids.
Yeah, that's right. Just
all the money you save, but you won't have a stroke.
Crap them right out.
But it cuts it in half. So you still might have a stroke. Sure. You just have 3 or more kids, so I'm going to worry about it.
Well, it doesn't solve the problem. But
right.
You can get a little bit better.
That's a weird
I guess it's good for the stroke aspect, but feels like it might increase the stress aspect.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
That's kind of where I'm at. Like, wait a minute. Like, the stress can go up.
Oh, yeah.
Trust me, between me and people that I know that have kids, like I'm living pretty good.
1 kid's insane. 2 is nuts. Anything more than that to me, I'm like, man.
Yeah. These Miles living free over here now.
I mean,
he's not living free.
What do you mean free?
They don't live in his home.
Free is not the word. Yeah, free is the exact opposite of what I'm living right now.
Wait a minute, they're not under your roof and they're still taking your money, Miles?
Well, I mean, for some reason, it never happened with me, but it's somehow happening with them.
Because they choose to further their education, Miles.
And you can't. I mean, that's the one.
What are you going to tell your kid?
You can't fight that one. That's the one if they're smart. Like you got me.
Daddy, I want to get smarter, Daddy.
Right, I know. Oh, no. Like, you're so smart right now.
Money makes me smarter, Daddy.
I know.
I am not so smart that I'm going to get a full ride, but I'm smart enough that I've been accepted. right?
I tried to even fly back to Georgetown to D.C. to see her for a weekend.
Yeah.
You do not even want to know how expensive those flights are.
Yeah.
And
With the
how
jet fuel prices?
and just even the hotel rooms in D.C. So again, not free. All I wanted to do was just go see my kid over the weekend, right? I'm just like,
that costs money.
It was going to be $3,700 for a flight and 2 nights or 3 nights hotel.
To see your own child.
To see my child.
This is just to see them now.
Right.
They
exactly.
cost money.
That's what I'm saying. Not free.
Yeah. Yay.
And you still got to worry about them.
Well, not like she's going to take me out to dinner when we get there either.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you got to remember how kids roll. I don't know when that.
Oh, my parents are visiting. They're going to take us out.
Here's something I've never heard. Dad, I'm going to take you out for dinner tonight.
Yeah.
Actually, that's not true. My other daughter's boyfriend took me out to dinner one.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey, good on him.
It is weird that if my parents come to visit me in a home that I own with a family I am taking care of, if we go out to dinner, my dad's like, no, I'm going to pick up the bill. I'm like, dude, this is ridiculous. I'm like, I'm a grown ass man. I have a job. You're retired. Like you're not getting, an income. It's like, it doesn't matter. There's something about parents somehow, like in their mind, you're still a child.
Yeah.
I'm 57. He's like, if you pay that bill, I will kill you.
My
Give me the check.
dad used to take the credit card out of his wallet before we walked into any restaurant, and he would shake the waiter's hand and give it to him.
Yeah.
Just give him a wink.
Yeah.
And then by the time I'm ready to do my thing, that thing's already taken
already
care
gone.
of and on the table. I'm like, damn it, man.
Yeah, those are the moves I got to pull on my mother-in-law too. I got to beat her with a cane just to be able to pay for dinner.
Yeah. My uncles are the same way.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
I appreciate it.
Hell yeah.
Thank you. But I would like to take care of you for a change.
Right.
But
That's
the
all.
thing is, if you win Powerball and you're worth $1.6 billion and you go out for a celebratory dinner and your parents are there, they pick up the tab.
Damn right.
Like, I'm a billionaire now. They're like, doesn't matter. Give me that check.
Shocking new research found that politics is destroying American friendships, and it's getting worse.
Whoa.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
They did a study to figure that
They
out.
had to do a study to figure that one out.
The people that had to do that study did not have friends to begin with.
No.
I mean, come on, man.
What do you know? People are getting a little bit hostile about their political beliefs.
That's why it's a rule at the bar. It's been a rule at the bar for how many hundreds of years?
And people are starting to freaking break it is my problem.
Oh, they will.
Like, leave it out.
Yeah, I mean, you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I was like a kid, and my dad just nonchalantly said that one day.
Religion and politics.
Religion and politics.
Don't bring it
So
up.
It's like, it's 2 things you never talk about at a bar. Like, one day you'll go to a bar. Just remember that.
Right. Some people forget that. There's a new moth species that's been discovered that's been named after Pope Leo. Speaking of religion.
Oh, really?
Pope Leo, huh?
The Pope Leo moth.
All right.
The Go Bears moth.
You're eating my sweater. Cool.
I'm a podiatrist. Moth, why did you come here?
Do you feel bad if you swat that moth? Hey, man, you just killed the Pope moth. I know. Well, it was a moth.
It's like a talcum ball when you smack it.
Yeah, no
I
kidding.
know.
It is funny, though. Only insect that has its own balls.
True.
That's true.
A moth,
True
really?
enough. Mothballs.
Oh, really? How about that? There's no bee balls, no ant balls.
Nope.
Yeah.
Just mothballs.
Why do they smell like
Right. You don't use like
gay?
Right. Put your thinking caps on, Jen. It's time for the Merriam-Webster word of the day. Ted, are you feeling fresh? You feeling ready?
I mean, I feel confident right now.
All right.
What's the percentage of me getting this?
I give you guys a 60% chance of getting this right. It's an adjective brought to you by the letter F, and someone or something described as this has a
Effable.
has a very noticeable quality that attracts a lot of attention.
Fantabulous.
Fantabulous. You're right around that.
Favorability?
Favorability. You guys are getting closer. Steve, any guesses? It's usually a person that is described as this. Not so much an object, but it's usually a person that is described as this, and they make a lot of noise.
Give the definition one more time.
Someone
Flamboyant? Flamboyant?
Nailed it. All right. Good job, Miles.
All right.
Yeah.
Hello.
Liberace. Flamboyant.
Tried my best. Yeah. New research is being done as to how some people age faster, and they believe financial stress may, quote, play a big role.
Man, I've met some really poor people. I don't want to say who, but just someone we know announced their birthday. And we had asked, how old are you turning? And they gave their age, and it took everything not to choke on drink. Like, I'm sorry, you're only, what now?
Somebody we all know?
3 of us do.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, this person, if I had, you know when people do the, guess how old do you think I am, right? And I hate playing that game, but I honestly would have started at like 55.
Sure.
And I would still think I'm under. and this person was celebrating their 40th birthday, and I'm like, are you?
Oh, jeez.
And, I mean, seriously, and Ted, you know exactly.
I know exactly.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not tracking you.
Because we had the conversation separate. The same reaction.
I need a written.
Oh, no kidding. You had a completely different conversation that had the same reaction.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
I need a written down clue.
Yeah, right.
I can't think of the name, but they know you from another place.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, man.
Happy birthday.
Yeah. We were like, what?
Ted, what day is it, my friend?
Hump Day.
It's also National Ted Day. However, it's also International No Diet Day.
Oh, no diet. I live it every day, Mike.
The Metro Top 10.
So what does one try to find on International No Diet Day? Let's find those diets that people left behind because, quite frankly, they were bogus. They were bizarre. They were crap. So these are the 10 most bizarre and unsafe diets from history.
Oh, okay.
Oh, from history.
From history.
Ooh.
From the 1970s. Also, if you've ever heard of any of these. From the 1970s, have you guys heard of the Vision Diet?
Vision?
The Vision Diet.
If you see food, you eat it?
This theory...
It's probably more like you just look at it,
diet.
you don't eat it.
Yeah, right. This theory suggested wearing blue-tinted glasses to make food look unappealing, based on the idea that the color blue suppresses appetite.
Are you kidding me?
The color blue.
So I love French fries, but with these blue glasses on, I suddenly don't want to eat them.
That's why very few fast food places use the color blue, because red and yellow are the ones that kind of
entice hunger.
Yeah.
Correct. So...
Wendy's, Burger King, McDonald's, Carl Jr.'s are almost every fast food restaurant. Red,
Chick-fil-A's
Robin. Yeah.
Taco Bell's really the only one that kind of takes the left-hand turn on that, but it's like it's late night. We know this is like a moth.
Yeah,
to
but they still got red and yellow.
They got red and yellow. So that's the thing. They red, yellow, and orange. When they do all these color studies, those are things that they even if you're not hungry, they make your appetite, make you want to eat. So that's why when you look at most of these restaurant logos, it's going to be red, yellow, or orange.
Pizza Hut, Domino's, Taco Del Mar, they all feature...
Happened to me Sunday. Every time Lewis Hamilton went by in the red Ferrari with his yellow helmet, I said, Nick, I think I'm hungry.
Damn it.
I didn't know what he was doing
to go back in there.
Right.
Go back, boys.
Hey, it worked. I spent $13 on a piece of pizza.
Damn.
Was it anywhere near worth $13?
Actually, to be honest with you, they had a one of those portable wood fire like brick ovens that they had towed in there. It was actually a decent piece of pie.
Okay. Was it a good size, too? Like, was it $13?
Yeah, it was foldable.
It's foldable. Okay, good.
Huge.
The grapefruit diet from the 1930s. Also,
I remember that, but I just don't. I guess you just drink a lot of grapefruit.
Also known as the Hollywood diet, it relied on the false claim that grapefruit burns fat. It was essentially a starvation level calorie restriction. You just basically, you just ate grapefruit all the time.
You ate grapefruit and what, a cig?
Probably. Hold that thought there, Ted, because the next one is the cigarette diet from the 1920s and the 1950s.
They did that with Judy Garland.
Yes.
When she was doing Wizard of Oz, all right? So, I don't know, she was a teenager, but the directors are still like, look, you can't get fat. And she wasn't, but they plied her with cigarettes and coffee as opposed to food. And then she's like, I kept the weight off because I wasn't eating.
Wasn't it also laxative? Weren't they like pumping
Did they
it for
give her
laxative too?
Jesus, man.
Tobacco companies once marketed smoking as an appetite suppressant, ignoring the profound long-term health risks of nicotine and tobacco use.
That's a different thing.
I think technically it would, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
It will suppress your appetite. It'll also give you lung cancer, but you've decided you want to lose weight. Worry about the lung cancer later.
But back in the 20s, didn't cigarettes do everything too?
Doctors used to smoke cigarettes. I mean, but they would say 4 to 5 doctors recommend Winston.
It's a diuretic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Absolutely. So these are the 10 most bogus diets in history, or also dangerous diets. The vinegar diet from the 1820s, popularized by Lord Byron. This involved drinking large quantities of vinegar daily. It caused severe digestive distress, including vomiting and damage to tooth enamel.
Well, I know for a fact that they used to, probably 5-6 years ago, claim that if you did a shot of vinegar, apple cider vinegar.
That was the big thing.
So it was like the Bragg's thing. That something, either gut health.
It was gut health, if I remember right.
Yeah, I don't think you'd lose weight, but it was just one of those things people did.
I think you could do a shot of apple cider vinegar. I could fathom that actually working, doing something to your gut. But just drinking ungodly amounts of vinegar.
Well, but what do you think of the health benefit, like kimchi?
Yeah.
And all these things that contain a lot of vinegar. They're always typically pretty good for you.
You ever seen her naked kimchi?
Kimchi? I have not.
Oh,
Loved it.
man. Yeah.
Kimchi.
Yeah, you're right, because sauerkraut's good for your gut, too.
Well, and how many of these things were promoted as good diets because you felt the impact on your gut? You know, you have some sort of a diuretic. It's like, oh, it's working in there. I'm pooping more. I'm clearly getting through stuff more.
There's your evidence, right?
You know, exactly. You have the Last Chance diet back in 1976, a very low-calorie liquid protein diet that was poorly formulated. It was linked to several deaths due to heart failure and nutritional imbalances.
But you lost weight, you see.
Correct. It's still...
But you still lost weight. That's all we said.
Still stuck with it. The cotton ball diet. This modern fad involves the consumption of non-food items to mimic fullness. This is extremely dangerous. It's extremely dangerous and can cause life-threatening intestinal blockages because you're eating not food.
It's like having pica or pica, P-I-C-A.
Yeah, pica. I think.
Are they suggesting you eat the cotton ball?
I think the cotton ball is just basically the catch-all for the diet, but I think it's just anything. Cotton balls
cotton wet. What happens? It gets heavier.
It
Right? So if you
expands
ate cotton ball, you feel full, and you're just full of cotton.
Correct. And I don't know if you can process cotton, so I think it just sits there. So,
what do your poops look like?
Who?
I mean, just saying it's full of cotton.
Peter Rabbit.
Yeah, there's no cotton in cotton candy.
Happy Easter.
No. It looks like a teddy bear that got run through. Arsenic diet pills.
Jesus.
This is from the late 1800s. Victorian-era weight loss products sometimes contained arsenic. While advertised to speed up metabolism, they frequently cause systemic poisoning.
Yeah, because it's arsenic.
Right.
Jesus. The lead paint chip diet. Like, right.
But hey, look, she's lost weight.
Because she's dead.
Turn your lady into a bombshell.
For 3 months before she dies.
Anybody heard of Fletcherism from the early 1900s?
Fletcherism?
Horace Fletcher advocated for chewing food excessively up to 100 times per minute until it became liquid, then spitting out the solids, leading to malnutrition.
That's what he came up with. Okay, buddy.
If you had to chew each bite 100 times, you'd probably just be like, screw it, I'm just not going to eat.
I'm done eating, right.
Sure. Yeah, it takes the fun out of it. You have the Sleeping Beauty diet at number 2 from 1970s. This method relied on heavy sedation to sleep for extended periods to avoid eating, which carries risk of drug dependency and overdose.
That was probably using fentanyl.
Oh.
I mean, yeah, exactly.
That's what it was initially, how it was prescribed.
Sure.
That's what Michael Jackson died on.
He's a whiz.
I feel like in the 70s, too, there was a lot of pills. People were big on sleeping pills.
That was the magic thing, right?
Speed pills. My mom used to eat Black Beauties all the time to stay up late at night and sleep. It was a diet pill, but it was a big purple pill.
Okay.
And apparently it was just basically speed. The diet pill was just a caffeine jacked up speed pill.
Yeah, exactly.
You stayed up all night, but you still lost weight. It was a dietary supplement.
Sure. No, it wasn't.
It wasn't advertised as speed.
Right, yeah.
Well, what was the big one? Like when I was a kid, all the moms took like Dexatrim or something.
Yes, I remember Dexatrim.
Like I don't think they even sell that anymore.
Well, like anything, like, ooh, hey, there are some side effects that maybe we should pull this off the market.
Right.
Or even like Tab Cola.
Oh, sure.
And I was like, Mom, you're still drinking soda. I mean, whatever. My mom, she would buy it, and she was never heavy, but whatever.
It was the first diet soda.
It was.
Yeah.
Diet Right was right there with it.
Diet Right.
Yep.
And then I'll leave you with this last and final bizarre and or unsafe diet from history from the early 1900s. The tapeworm diet.
Yeah, I've heard of that one.
It involved the intentional ingestion of parasites. It led to severe nutritional deficiencies, digestive blockages, and serious infections. What do you know? You put a parasite in your guts to eat everything that you do, you lose weight.
Yeah. Unless you're pregnant. That parasite makes you gain weight.
Calorie deficiency, regular exercise. That's literally the two things you got to do.
Just put a parasite in me.
Yeah. Now, let's take the easy way out.
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah.
I feel like I heard about that in the 90s when I grew up, as people eating tapeworms to just take care of that problem.
Yeah, that was it.
A woman in West Virginia was arrested after she chased down and shot at another driver on the road, Miles.
I can't imagine that. Why?
I'll tell you all about it at 5:50.
Thanks. Our headlines are coming up at 5:50. In the meantime, have we made it to drinking time?
Somebody out there deserves to be recognized. And the men's room knows just who it is. So to you, we say, bottoms up, sailor. you're the toast of our shot of the day.
Drink time it is, and as usual, we head to the drink test can. Steve, a thrill hill to find out who we're toasting.
Yes, indeed. And today we toast Robert Prevost of Chicago, Illinois. Now, last year, Robert landed himself a new job, but the job required him to move. Anyway, he called his bank to change the phone number and address that the bank had on file, and he dutifully answered the security questions. You know, your mother's maiden name, your first pet, the street you grew up on, etc. But the woman on the line from the bank told him that wasn't enough, and he would, in fact, have to come to the branch in person to change the info. And he explained, hey, man, based on the new gig that I got, not going to be able to do that. Well, the bank employee apologized, but she explained, look, the rules are the rules. So Robert did try a different tack, and he explained his job and his position. But she didn't believe him. She ended up hanging up on the guy. Well, Robert Prevost, by the way, he's much better known as the Vicar of Christ, a.k.a. Pope Leo XIV. He got the gig as Pope in May of last year. He now lives in Vatican City. He does have a bank account that's still in Chicago, so he called and said, and look, he didn't say I'm Pope Leo XIV, Robert Prevost, because that is what it says on the bank account. He answered the security questions. She's like, great, you got to come in. He's like, listen, honest to God, I don't really have time, and I don't know that I'm going to be in Chicago. She says rules are rules. So he even said, would it help if I told you that I'm Pope Leo XIV? Now, to be fair, she responded the way that I would have responded, which is like, come on, man. And she hung up. They reached out to the bank. The bank said, no, it is absolutely true. That did happen. She did not believe him.
That don't make sense.
And they're not mad at the woman, nor is the Pope. Very forgiving type of guy. But the bank's like, look, we're not mad at her because what are the odds that the frickin' Pope is calling you to change the information and go through all the crap that he had to go through? And so, yeah, it's Pope Leo XIV. So, yeah, it turns out being the Pope.
How would you validate that? Like, I'm with you. Like, she shouldn't be in trouble because it's a normal reaction. Like, oh, yeah, it's the Pope.
Well, he even said, and his whole point was, I was trying not to bring that up because, in a sense, it's irrelevant to the bank. They have me by my actual birth name. And I answered all the questions. Their rule is I have to be there in person. And he goes, it's not that I don't want to be, but you know, I got stuff to do. So that's why he finally just said, listen, I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm the Pope. She's like, yeah, right. Click. It was, in fact, Pope Leo XIV. By the way, since then, they have, in fact, changed his address.
I was going to say, does he have to fly to Chicago for that?
No, they did. Once they realized it was actually him, the bank did go out of the way to say, our bad. And they changed the stuff for him.
It also seems like he might have a guy. And maybe he doesn't.
He did it himself because you have to answer those security questions, etc. And apparently this isn't the first time. It's in 2013, whoever the Pope was then, had a similar situation where they're like, look, when you get this gig, you got to move. I mean, I live in the Vatican City. Same thing. Didn't believe him. Like, yeah, okay, buddy. So anyway, yeah, he got his information straightened out. I just love that. Like, I'm the freaking Pope. Like, right. So we pour this booze and we drink this booze because we think it's yummy.
Yummy.
So over the tongue and down the throat to party in our tummies. Down the hola bijola.
All right, let's get a contestant online now for Profile This, 206-803-ROCK. Profile This is next.
Tonight, the platypus-faced water chicken. Is it just a duck? But first, a man in Meshuggah, Wisconsin. Are you okay, Felix?
Yeah. Trying not to sneeze, man, but having an allergic reaction to the new wallpaper in the studio.
I just noticed that. New wallpaper. You're allergic to it?
Seems that way, Playboy.
Oh, for the love of Pete, you just sneezed on me.
Yeah, sorry about that, Playboy.
But you sneezed to your right and sprayed me from my left. How is that possible?
Yeah.
Jeez and rice, it happened again.
Yeah, it's my bad, man. It's the four-dimensional wallpaper.
Four-dimensional wallpaper? What is four-dimensional wallpaper?
Four-dimensional.
I know what four-dimensional means, Felix. I'm asking what is four-dimensional wallpaper?
Exactly what it sounds like, man. It's wallpaper that opens up the fourth dimension.
Oh, Felix!
Sorry, man. I told you I'm allergic.
I'm gathering that. Can you please look in a different direction if you're gonna sneeze?
Yeah, sorry.
Go! Achoo! Down! Achoo! Go! How did I get sprayed again? This isn't right.
Yeah, man. I don't know how the fourth dimension works.
Oh! Ah! Yeah! Yeah! Ah! This doesn't make any sense. How do I keep getting hit?
Again, Stone, I do not know how the fourth dimension works.
This is ridiculous. What?
Yeah, that was weird, Playboy.
Oh! Okay. I've had enough of this four-dimensional wallpaper. Oh! That's it! Bonnie! Hi, Stone. What do you need? Bonnie, have the four-dimensional wallpaper removed. I don't know who wanted it in the first place, but it has to go. I cannot work like this. Oh! Okay, I'll make some calls. Thank you, Bonnie. This is absurd. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. We need to go to break to deal with our interdimensionality.
Is that even a word, Playboy?
Is what a word? Interdimensionality?
Yeah, man.
Yes! Felix, interdimensionality refers to the concept of existing in or traveling between multiple dimensions, beyond the familiar three spatial dimensions and one time dimension. But it should not be made into wallpaper. Ah! Tonight, the platypus faced water chicken. Is it just a duck? But first, a man in Meshuggah, Wisconsin. Are you okay, Felix?
Yeah. Trying not to sneeze, man, but having an allergic reaction to the new wallpaper in the studio.
I just noticed that. New wallpaper. You're allergic to it?
Seems that way, Playboy.
Oh, for the love of Pete, you just sneezed on me.
Yeah, sorry about that, Playboy.
But you sneezed to your right and sprayed me from my left. How is that possible?
Yeah.
Jeez and rice, it happened again.
Yeah, it's my bad, man. It's the four-dimensional wallpaper.
Four-dimensional wallpaper? What is four-dimensional wallpaper?
Four-dimensional.
I know what four-dimensional means, Felix. I'm asking what is four-dimensional wallpaper?
Exactly what it sounds like, man. It's wallpaper that opens up the fourth dimension.
Oh, Felix!
Sorry, man. I told you I'm allergic.
I'm gathering that. Can you please look in a different direction if you're gonna sneeze?
Yeah, sorry.
Go! Achoo! Down! Achoo! Go! How did I get sprayed again? This isn't right.
Yeah, man. I don't know how the fourth dimension works.
Oh! Ah! Yeah! Yeah! Ah! This doesn't make any sense. How do I keep getting hit?
Again, Stone, I do not know.
The Men's Room presents Profile This.
And Stephen Throwhooks, please tell everyone on Profile This is played.
Oh, I sure can, Miles. It's a simple game where we share with you a real-life news story, something that happened right here on planet Earth. And as you listen to the story, based on the stereotypes you believe to be true of people and the decisions that people make, we'll ask you what it is you think makes the story a story. Hello, Jeff. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola, bitches.
Hola. Hi,
It's been a while, but you guys are knocking it out of the park every day, boys.
Oh, thank you, brother, man. We appreciate that. You know, it's all Ted. I mean, let's face it, right?
Yeah. We got number one in here.
We are lucky enough to be graced with the presence of the Ted Smith, the favorite radio personality, according to 425 Magazine and their voters.
Yeah.
And again, I just want to point out, dude wasn't even one of the nominees. People wrote this in. That, to me, that's what says it all, brother.
Yeah.
Congrats on that.
Hey, you're welcome.
I can't believe you spent that much time doing that. But, hey, it worked out. That's all Ted voting for himself.
What did our old boss say when I told him, did you have somebody in charge of the votes? I didn't know.
Really? That's what they asked. Like, goddamn.
Oh, come on. Tell us the truth.
Maybe people like you. All right, Jeff, today you have your choice of one of three categories. We have the wonderful world of drugs. We have Bite Me. In other words, what did someone find in their food? And finally today, Animalize This, where you guess the animal responsible for causing the problem.
Bite me, Thrill.
See, Jeff, the way you said that, I don't know if you're insulting me or if you just want to do the category, but we're going to do the category. So we go to the fine state of Wisconsin, where multiple customers are now claiming they found something unexpected inside of their drinks purchased from a McDonald's location there. The Kenosha County Public Health Department, they confirmed the complaints, and they forced the drive-through beverage machine out of service. Now, the issue first surfaced publicly when a customer posted photos of the thing in their drink. Customer wrote that a child had already consumed part of the drink before the thing was discovered. Well, that's when additional customers came forward claiming similar experiences at the same location. In the meantime, the McDonald's is now using a separate soda and ice machine for their drive-through customers because, again, the public health department went there and said, yeah, this is a thing. We are confirming that these people are telling the truth. The question is, what were people finding in their sodas? Was it worms, blood, glass, or metal fragments? So worms, blood, glass, or metal fragments. What were people discovering in their drinks at this particular location, McDonald's drive-thru?
And it was just the drive-thru is what they're saying.
Just the drive-thru.
The other one.
Nope, not the other one, man. Just the drive-thru.
God, I hope it wasn't blood. Dad, you're the man. What are you thinking?
I don't know. I did know they had a separate little ice maker and stuff for the drive-thru.
I did not know that until this story, but yeah.
Oh, Jeff, you're not wrong, man.
Or glass, just because there's a lot of people that had it. I wouldn't think there'd be enough worms in a cold machine, and if it's blood, somebody's body parts in there.
And I don't know that there's a ton of glass in the kitchen of a McDonald's.
So, Jeff, are you going glass?
No, I'm not sure. I'm leaning metal, but I want to hear what Ted and Miles have to say.
I'm going to go with blood.
Blood.
Okay, Jeff, I'll join you on metal fragments. How's that? Okay.
All right, there we go.
What are these customers in Wisconsin finding their drinks? Worms, blood, glass, or metal fragments? We'll find out next.
That was a tease.
You are listening to The Men's Room.
You're listening to The Men's Room with Miles and Thrill. 99.9 KISW.
Categories Bite Me on profile this. We got Wisconsin customers who found something inside their drinks at a local McDonald's. Question is, what was in their drinks? Worms, blood, glass, or metal fragments?
And Jeff, that is the very question that we pose to you. Let us start with D.Ted Smith with blood. It was not blood.
Not blood.
Jeff, you were leaning toward metal. Miles Montgomery agreed with you. Both of you went with the metal fragments, and you are wrong. Sorry. Believe it or not, Jeff, worms.
Worms.
Ow. And not tiny worms. They had a picture. I mean, this thing was earthworm size. It was huge.
How did the workers not notice it?
I don't know. I don't understand it. So you looked at this picture and you're like, Jesus Christ, it looks like someone would have to intentionally put it in there. But when they posted their picture, a bunch of other people came forward saying, look, man, I wasn't going to say anything. Same thing happened to me. The part that blows my mind is when the public health department showed up. They're like, there's worms, and I don't know if it's the ice machine or the soda machine. They took them both offline, but like, it's weird, man. Like I said, these are not tiny worms. I do not know how they're dispensed, but there they were.
Good times.
Oh, yeah.
Now for all TV news all the time, it's time for TV Time with Tan.
And now, because your pathetic life is confined to countless hours in front of a talking box, the Men's Room presents TV Time with Ted.
All right, your choices today. You got the Jimmys,
Fallon and Kimmel,
Seth Meyers, Colbert,
Steven,
or Ted Smith.
Is it Ted or is it late night?
It is right there. The time these guys have teams of talents and writers help them come up with their monologues each and every night. It is up to you to determine, is this an actual late night joke and from whom, or could it be a The Ted Smith original?
Airlines are pinching pennies on snacks every day, or on snacks, and everyday Americans are struggling to make ends meet, which is the perfect time for the Met Gala, the annual event where Americans come together to watch the richest people wear the most expensive clothes that make you say, what?
I'm going to guess Seth.
Colbert.
Colbert.
Airlines are pinching pennies on snacks, and everyday Americans are struggling to make ends meet, which means it's the perfect time for the Met Gala. The annual event when Americans come together to watch the richest people wear the most expensive clothes that make you say, what? That's
The dress code for this year's Met Gala was fashion is art, which is nice, but a little predictable. It's always fashion this and fashion that. Maybe one year it could just be something cool like big rig trucks.
Ted Smith.
The Ted Smith.
Colbert.
The dress code this year was fashion is art, which is nice, but a little predictable. It's always fashion this and fashion that. Maybe just one year it could be something cool like big rig trucks.
Britney Spears' DUI case has been resolved when she pleaded guilty to what they call in California a wet reckless. And since it's Britney Spears, I think we can all agree it's she's been a little wet reckless for years.
The Ted Smith.
Yeah.
That's a good one, though. But
you ever heard of that?
No, I read that the other day, so I'm like, what is that? And right, it's just a California term for basically a DUI, but it means alcohol as opposed to weed.
Oh, all right.
So their thing is now weed being legal, the difference, like, was it booze or is it weed? But yeah, so that wet reckless. I'm like, I've been both of those things.
And just of all the famous people,
of course,
wet rhyming with bit. Yeah. Authorities in Florida arrested a Taco Bell employee after he allegedly fired a gun at a customer who filled a water cup with soda. Police are calling the man unstable, and Taco Bell is calling him Employee of the Month.
Fallon?
Seth Meyers.
Authorities in Florida arrested a Taco Bell employee last week after he allegedly fired a gun at a customer who filled a water cup with soda. Police are calling the man unstable, and Taco Bell is calling him Employee of the Month.
Let's see. The Rolling Stones announced their 25th album, Foreign Tongues. I don't know why I said it like that. Yeah.
Because you're weird, man.
It includes their late drummer, Charlie Watts, in one of his final recording sessions before he passed away in 2021. The album also features Paul McCartney, Steve Winwood, The Cure's Robert Smith, and Chad Smith, the drummer for the Chili Peppers.
Wow. Okay. That is interesting.
Yeah. And it's also kind of interesting, too. The Stones will each be taking their turn on The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon. Mick Jagger will be on tonight. Keith Richards will be on tomorrow. Then Ronnie Wood on Wednesday.
That's awesome.
All right.
Yeah. That is pretty cool.
I mean, there's no point in bringing out the whole band. You don't have enough time to talk to them all. So might as well do them each night.
I think old Ronnie Wood needs a little boost.
What, his 25-year-old wife isn't good enough?
I don't know,
He's
but
not Keith. He's not Mick.
Correct.
But he's the next guy you know. You know what I mean? Like he's in the Stones. Brother is okay. I think he might like the fact that he's not Keith or Mick.
I think that's just the fact. The band is full of stars.
Yeah,
so like he's in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame with the Faces. He's in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame with the Stones. I'm not sure if he's in, maybe in Jeff Beck's band.
Why the hell not?
Yeah,
I mean, don't get me wrong, right? Amazing career and stuff. I'm just saying, when you think of the Stones, you just think of Mick Jagger,
absolutely,
or Keith Richards. And Keith Richards, for good or bad, has almost become like its own thing without just being in the band, right? Like Mick Jagger, I know, was famous for chicks and all this kind of stuff, but he's also famous for being the lead singer of the Rolling Stones.
Yeah.
Whereas Keith Richards is almost, on some level, famous for being alive.
He's famous for being Keith Richards. You know, he has transcended everything. Because you're right, no one can understand how that man is still alive.
Right, because there's this famous interview of him in like the 70s or 80s where people were already taking bets on him dying.
Yeah, and it's just, look, this is
2026.
This was the guy, remember he fell out of the coconut tree, injured his back, right? And they put him on whatever prescription pill. And they're asking him about it. And he's already old at this point. And they're like, well, you know, how you doing? He's like, look, man, I'm getting better. The worst thing about the accident is that because of the medication they put me on, I can't do a quick bump of cocaine. Like, that was his complaint. He's bitching about that. I'm like, damn, bro.
If I want to say correctly, it was like before or after dinner.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Like
before dinner.
Which
nobody does cocaine and then eats.
Why do you think he's so
Keith
skinny?
Richard does.
That's why he's so damn skinny.
Yeah, I was like, man.
I'm not hungry.
That's a very good point. I mean, I have been at a house before where I watched like three people eating like quickly and a lot. And I was like, what is with you guys? And they're like, well, we plan on doing something else earlier, so if we don't eat now, we're not going to eat forever.
We're going to do it, yeah.
So maybe Miles is right. He just figured out years ago, if I just do a little bump before dinner, it'll be fine. News today, Ted Turner passed away.
Yeah.
Ted Turner obviously kind of shaped a ton of television as we know it now.
At least in our era.
Correct. Right? So he was the Cincinnati-born son of the guy that was doing billboards.
Son of a bitch. No.
Well, struggling billboard owner. Turner inherits the family's ad business after the father died, uses a springboard to get into television. So he buys a station in Atlanta in 1970 that he turned into the WTBS, as we know now, TBS, a superstation, being by satellite that helped spur the rise of basic cable.
And at that time, there were two superstations. There were WGN in Chicago and TBS in Atlanta.
Correct. So that's why there's a ton of people like me who grew up kind of Cubs fans, because we got WGN and you got TBS.
Yeah. And they showed all the games. And Ted Turner bought the Braves.
Mm-hmm.
He bought the Atlanta Hawks.
Correct.
And the first thing he did was he put them on TBS all the time.
That was it.
Right.
So they had that fan base.
Right. I mean, you didn't have to be a fan of either of those teams. I mean, heck, I remember people used to love the TV announcers for the Braves, not because they were on all the time.
That's it.
Right. And you got to remember, like nowadays, especially with ESPN and all the different services, like you could find games on TV. Trust me, I search for them a lot. But you're right. Back then, the only things outside of your local team, and that's if the Orioles were being on in D.C., was you got the Braves, and then during the day, you'd get those Cubs.
And at the time, there was no professional football team in Virginia, in Delaware, in North Carolina, South Carolina. So that's why there's so many Washington football fans.
Yeah.
In the Carolinas. And Ted, he knew that. He took that kind of formula.
Absolutely.
So like, look, I'll put this thing on. And then he bought, it was initially Georgia Championship Wrestling.
Right. All right. So CNN, they also started.
Yep.
And then you're right. And he had, it was Georgia Championship Wrestling. And then eventually.
It was WCW eventually.
Yeah.
And they would, they were taking on Vince. I mean, one of my favorite Ted quotes is, basically, he said something like, we're going to get into the wrestling business.
Because that's how he spoke.
Exactly. And then Vince McMahon said, that's great, Ted. I'm in the entertainment business.
That was a good one.
Also an accomplished sailor. He won the America's Cup and fastest race and was named Yachtsman of the Year 4 times. That's crazy.
Yachtsman of the... I mean, like, you got to be rich to do it, but that's cool that, you know...
Owns half of Montana, if that's even possible.
Yeah.
Is it Montana or Wyoming? Was it Montana?
I think it's Montana.
I don't know.
Because he's got restaurants up there.
Oh, okay. All right.
Right. He has Ted's Montana Grill restaurant chain. You ever been to one of those?
No.
It's actually pretty good. I went to one, I want to say, in Denver.
Okay. Makes sense.
I didn't realize...
So he's spread out of Montana then?
Yeah. I didn't realize till today that was his restaurant. Let's see. In 1997, shortly after making billions from the sale of Turner Broadcasting to Time Warner, he pledged $1 million, about a third of his wealth, to create
Billion.
$1 billion. The United Nations Foundation, pushing other wealthy Americans to give more. Obviously, he cared about the land.
Yeah, he was a big
all
proponent.
that kind of stuff. Right. What was his nickname? Mouth of the South. Captain Outrageous, like that. If only I had a little humanity, I'd be perfect. Married 3 times. Jane Fonda was one of them. I mean, just kind of a crazy thing.
He was the true version of a philanthropist.
Right. Cartoon Network, as you know it. That was one of those ones.
Nice.
Right. And listen, like most people that have that much money and pull on society, you can talk good and bad.
Of course.
But you're right. The wrestling, a lot, I know Eric Bischoff or whatever.
He tried a lot of different stuff. So when he came out with TNT, they had TNT. It was Turner. Maybe it was Turner Classic Movies as well.
Yeah.
And so Ted started to try to colorize old black and white movies.
Yes.
That was like their big thing.
Yeah. So you either loved that or you hated it. But either way, he was just trying to do whatever he could with technology.
And well, part of his thing was, he goes, look, some of the best cinema, in his opinion, was back in the day, but it's hard to get kids or young adults to watch things that are in black and white. And that's part of the reason he wanted the color. It's like, look, maybe now they'll give it a chance. Because his theory was, if a kid sees something in black and white, they immediately flip channels.
And it's the truth.
And he's not wrong. So it's like color. They don't know what the hell it is, but they might actually like it if it's in color.
Right. And I want to say the movie Gettysburg, I think he had a lot to do with like putting money into the production and stuff.
Oh, really?
Right. I think it's that one. It might be a different Civil War movie, but there's a scene where like you just see one guy, but he's like in front of his regiment, yells something and gets shot.
That's him.
And he was like, right, basically like, I'm putting this much movie into this or money into this film. You're gonna see me.
That's fair.
At some point in there. Now, I think it's kind of gangster too. I like Civil War stuff. Like I'd feel like, hey, you want to reenact it or be in the movie and get shot? They're like, this is great.
Yes.
Yeah.
Of course, shoot me.
Right. Ted Turner did a lot of stuff. Kind of, I would say, reshaped TV almost as we know it. Now we're used to all these cable channels.
Yeah, but he was the guy.
Right. And CNN, the 24-hour news network, nobody had ever heard of. Obviously, Baby Jessica helped a ton with that.
Sure.
Right. All these OJ was
that was massive,
huge part of it. And like we say, like now we have so many options. Back then, he was kind of the guy that was like, let's give him more options.
He was the guy,
and he took chances, which I always respect. Let's see, what do you got going on tonight? You got some NBA playoffs still happening. I don't know if there's any NHL stuff on, but yeah, you check out some playoff basketball.
Thank you, Ted. We appreciate it. You're listening to the Men's Room.
Tonight, the platypus-faced water chicken. Is it just a duck? But first, a man in Meshuggah, Wisconsin. Are you okay, Felix?
Yeah. Trying not to sneeze, man, but having an allergic reaction to the new wallpaper in the studio.
I just noticed that. New wallpaper. You're allergic to it?
Seems that way, Playboy.
Oh, for the love of Pete, you just sneezed on me.
Yeah, sorry about that, Playboy.
But you sneezed to your right and sprayed me from my left. How is that possible?
Yeah.
Jeez and rice, it happened again.
Yeah, it's my bad, man. It's the four-dimensional wallpaper.
Four-dimensional wallpaper? What is four-dimensional wallpaper?
Four-dimensional.
I know what four-dimensional means, Felix. I'm asking what is four-dimensional wallpaper?
Exactly what it sounds like, man. It's wallpaper that opens up the fourth dimension.
Oh, Felix!
Sorry, man. I told you I'm allergic.
I'm gathering that. Can you please look in a different direction if you're gonna sneeze?
Yeah, sorry.
Go! Achoo! Down! Achoo! Go! How did I get sprayed again? This isn't right.
Yeah, man, I don't know how the fourth dimension works.
Oh! Ah! 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 This doesn't make any sense. How do I keep getting hit?
Again, Stone, I do not know how the fourth dimension works.
This is ridiculous. Ah! What?
Yeah, that was weird, Playboy.
Oh! Okay. I've had enough of this four-dimensional wallpaper. Oh! That's it! Bonnie! Hi, Stone. What do you need? Bonnie, have the four-dimensional wallpaper removed. I don't know who wanted it in the first place, but it has to go. I cannot work like this. Oh! Okay, I'll make some calls. Thank you, Bonnie. This is absurd. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. We need to go to break to deal with our interdimensionality.
Is that even a word, Playboy?
Is what a word? Interdimensionality?
Yeah, man.
Yes, Felix. Interdimensionality refers to the concept of existing in or traveling between multiple dimensions, beyond the familiar three spatial dimensions and one time dimension. But it should not be made into wallpaper. Ah! Tonight, the TSA is reevaluating the screening process after a man successfully hijacked a plane with 5 ounces of cologne. But first, we start with some good news. At least for our local viewers, the mayor's office has officially announced that our city's Metropolitan Festival will happen as scheduled later this month.
Everybody loves MetFest, man.
They certainly do, Felix. Food, fun, and festivities are back on the menu for the 78th year in a row.
I've gone to MetFest for the last 11 years in a row.
My lovely wife and I have been going for the last 31 years. Actually, the first gift I ever gave my wife, then girlfriend, was a stuffed red-lipped batfish that I wanted to ring toss.
A stuffed red-lipped batfish.
Yes, sir, a stuffed red-lipped batfish.
You a true romantic, Playboy.
I know that a red-lipped batfish doesn't scream romance, but I didn't get to pick the animal, Felix. And all the same, my wife was very touched.
Yeah, if you say so, man.
At any rate, many people have fond memories of the Metropolitan Festival, and it will be returning this year.
Why wouldn't it be? It's a tradition, man.
Well, frankly, between Bon Jovi continuing his reign of terror and saber-toothed tiger on the loose, there were serious security concerns, almost to the point of canceling this year's festival.
Fair enough, man. People don't want to be blown up or eaten.
Or both.
Both?
Yeah, nobody wants to be blown up and eaten.
Who has been blown up and been eaten?
Bruce.
Who is Bruce?
The shark from the movie Jaws. At the end of the movie, he explodes and then the seagulls start eating him.
Damn, Bonnie. How about a spoiler alert next time?
For Jaws?
Yes, I haven't seen the movie yet.
You've never seen the movie Jaws?
No, I had plans to watch that and Jumanji. I'm on the J movie.
I know you well enough to know that you're not joking. Nevertheless, our city's Metropolitan Festival is returning in spite of Bon Jovi and the saber-toothed tiger. New security measures have been put in place to ensure that everybody is safe. There is, however, one bit of bad news.
Bad news. Is this like when my Uncle Willis had to tell everyone that the paprika on the deviled eggs was actually fire ants?
What?
My Uncle Willis, man. He brought deviled eggs to the family reunion. They seemed real spicy, you know, because everybody's mouths were burning.
Because he used fire ants. Fire ants. Fire ants instead of paprika.
Yeah, man, it was crazy.
People had mouthfuls of fire ants.
The ones who ate the deviled eggs, yeah. It was crazy.
That is ridiculous, Felix.
That's what everyone told my Uncle Willis. Well, the ones who could still talk.
To answer your question, no. This bad news regarding the Metropolitan Festival is nothing like your uncle's fire ant deviled eggs.
That's good.
Right. So while MetFest will go on, this year's event will not include Cirque du Soleil.
What? No Cirque du Soleil, man. That's the highlight of MetFest.
Many people agree, but due to a licensing conflict, Cirque du Soleil will not be happening this year.
Where else can you see Amateur Pilots Air Show, man?
Which lived up to its name with fiery accuracy.
Or the Stutterer Spelling Bee.
Which, if I recall, was the longest spelling bee on record.
Or the Infant Rodeo.
Ah, yes. The Infant Rodeo.
Those babies just couldn't stay on the bulls, man.
Because they were infants, Felix.
It's in the name. Infant Rodeo. Do the math, Playboy.
Well, no Cirque du Soleil this year. So those of you who are hoping to see the Pika competitive eating competition will have to wait another year.
Pika? What's Pika, man? Is that a food or something?
No, Felix. Pika is an eating disorder where people eat things not normally classified as food.
Like tofu?
No, Felix. Pika is a disorder where people eat things like rocks, dust, soil, hair, wood, paper, glass, lead, and it goes on and on and on.
Yeah, what about tofu?
Tofu is actual food, Felix.
Yeah, okay, Playboy.
That's too bad about the Pika competitive eating competition.
Is it?
Well, not for me, but for my neighbor, Charlie.
Your neighbor Charlie has Pika, Bonnie?
Yeah, and he'd been training for this year's competition. He's been gorging himself on Christmas lights, Centronella candles, shoe boxes, and fiberglass insulation.
My God, Bonnie.
Like I said, he's been training. I wish I'd known the competition was canceled before I invited him over for lasagna last night.
He has Pika, but he ate your lasagna.
No, he ate my vacuum cleaner.
Your neighbor,
Charlie.
Yes. Your neighbor Charlie ate your vacuum cleaner?
Yeah, cord and all.
He was training for the Pika competitive eating competition, so he ate your vacuum cleaner.
That's crazy, Bonnie.
Your family ate fire ants.
That's true, but not on purpose.
Whatever the case, let's just celebrate the return of another Metropolitan Festival. We'll be back next hour with celebrity birthdays.
I got a glass eye, man, like Sandy Duncan. The woman who played Peter Pan back in the day.
Returns with Miles and Thrill. Now, let's see what's happening in the real world.
All right, here we go. Man loses his job at Amazon, and now 29 of their vans need brand new tires.
Yay.
Meanwhile, animal rescuers save a dog with a steel kettle stuck around his neck, and it was removed with pliers. West Virginia man gets shot after running over a woman's chicken on the road. A Florida woman is arrested after a fight at a youth football game where she did unload. And an 8-year-old Jersey boy is attacked by an angry beaver. It is time for your headlines.
Now, it's time to hit the headlines. Here's my car.
All right, our top story, we go to West Virginia, where a woman was arrested following a run-in with a driver. She told law enforcement that she was at home when a man in a side-by-side came speeding by her property while her children were playing in the front yard and struck one of her chickens, which was in the middle of the road. Why it was crossing the road, we still don't know. But it continued on without stopping. She reportedly chased him down in her truck, eventually catching up to him in an intersection, honking her horn to get his attention. When that didn't work, the man tells authorities that she stepped out of her truck as he left the intersection, pulling out a gun and fired multiple shots at him as he drove away. She claims that she was merely firing shots in the air, but it was still enough to arrest her on multiple charges for hitting her chicken.
But he didn't stop.
Correct. And if he had stopped, he probably would have been dead.
She'd have shot his ass, right?
You ate my chicken!
Yeah, I don't think that's about not stopping. It's about you hit her chicken.
Right. And why is your chicken out in the middle of the road?
That's part of it. Like, I mean, look, I don't know anything about raising chickens.
I get it.
But keep them out of the street, like kids, dogs. If you got a living thing, keep it out of the street.
And to a degree, I also understand that in those areas, farm animals just kind of roam around the close-knit area. When your chicken's in the road, you can't blame a driver for hitting the chicken.
The fact that we're having this conversation is ridiculous.
Right.
Hey, keep your chickens where they need to be.
Man, tuck in your chicken.
What's it? Protect your chicken?
Protect your chicken.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Protect y'all chicken.
You don't need a fence in West Virginia.
No?
Farm animals, doesn't really matter.
Just walk wherever they want.
You know, if they roam over to the neighbors, the neighbor just brings it back.
I'm about to say, did they just become the neighbor's animal then?
No, they roam around the whole entire community and come back because they want fed.
Look at that, Ethel. We got 8 cows now.
Dogs, cats, doesn't matter.
Oh, put down to 6. In other news,
Sure about the dogs?
Some of them just disappeared.
Oh, my. In other news, not to be outdone on the overreaction button, we head to Florida where officers were called to a youth football game. Authorities had gotten word that a brawl had broken out at a game and arrived to find all fingers pointed at one woman that reportedly kicked one of the other kids on the field while he was down on the ground. She was attempting to leave the scene as deputies arrived, claiming to be in the right for what she did because the kid hit her first, according to the woman. Body cam footage was released that features the woman arguing with authorities as to why the kid isn't being brought up on charges for hitting her, not understanding why she was, quote, being targeted by authorities. She was eventually arrested and faces some serious charges.
Yeah, also, she was so confident. That's why she was trying to flee.
Yeah, exactly. You can do it. Hang out.
No kidding.
Or I just be like, all right, you got me. I got like, obviously I shouldn't hit that kid, but they'd be like, why isn't the kid on charges? Like,
Right.
So that, like, you knew as soon as you went out there and kicked a kid,
right?
That was bad.
Right.
Yeah.
Why aren't you talking to the kid? He hit me first. You're the adult in the situation.
And that's the problem of being an adult. You have to act like one.
Why were you that close to somebody else's kid on the football field?
Yeah, weirdo.
Yeah. Because he hit her, Ted.
Oh, yeah.
We go to New Jersey where the beavers are wild.
Yeah, so I've heard.
An 8-year-old boy is in the hospital after being attacked by a potentially rabid beaver. The boy was out fishing at a local park when the beaver exited the lake and charged him. The boy attempted to run from the animal, but like in any horror movie situation, he tripped as he made his getaway.
Are you serious?
And the beaver caught up, biting him on the leg.
Man.
How old
is
is the kid? Beavers.
8.
You don't want, that's the one animal you probably don't want biting.
No.
I mean, you can take down a tree.
They're known about teeth.
Yeah, exactly.
The beaver continued its attack until a family friend arrived and kicked the beaver off the boy. Hey, I'm just biting a kid here. Let's see here. He was brought to the hospital. The beaver was picked up by an animal control and was said to exhibit signs of possible illness, so it's been removed and brought in for testing. Yeah, brought in for testing. And...
I didn't know that beavers could get rabies.
Oh, yeah.
I just didn't know.
I don't know what bites them to give them rabies, but...
What is to bite you to give you rabies?
I think it's usually some type of rodent. Don't quote me on that, but...
Is it only passed from mammal to mammal? Or, I mean, like, are the mosquitoes that have rabies? And if they bite an animal, you get it. I mean, that...
Rabid mosquitoes.
It does seem like it's mostly mammals.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if any other
Typically,
animals
it's a
can get
bat.
it. Bats, dogs, raccoons, squirrels, whatever.
Saliva of infected mammals.
Okay, so
mammals.
Damn, so it's bitten by another mammal.
Correct. Now, that's primarily via bites or even scratches that break the skin.
Okay.
So...
Damn.
Yeah. A rabbit animal.
Classic mammal on mammal violence.
Scratches and abrasions, open wounds, contaminated.
Are you eating your cake?
Yeah, champs have a little championship cake
How
during
is
the
the cake?
segment. It's actually quite delicious.
Should be. It's fresh from today.
Yeah. I don't usually sit down, but I was like, yeah, I got cake in there.
Now, wait a minute. I was asked where the top to that cake is so we could put it in the fridge and enjoy it tomorrow when people are here.
Well, I figured, you guys got it. I should at least eat a piece of it today. I'll put a note on it.
I like your style, Ted. Just in case that story left a bad taste in your mouth.
Thankfully, there's good news.
Unlike Ted's cake. We're going to India for the latest animal rescue. Local rescue groups got a call about a dog that had been located in the area that was in a bit of a pickle as it was sporting a stylish stainless steel kettle that was stuck around its neck. Rescuers were able to track down and tranquilize the animal, bringing him in to have the kettle removed. As the dog was found, rescuers were alerted to the fact that the dog had been living with the kettle around his neck for at least 4 years.
Jesus.
Wow. Yeah. What's more, his doctors administered vaccines for the dog, as well as neutering him before giving him a little time to heal from surgery and injuries suffered from the kettle before releasing him back into the same area that he was wandering before. Locals were commended for speaking up about the animal and were urged to do their part in limiting trash that presents a hazard to the local animal population. This poor guy, he's just living his life. He's been this way for 4 years. He's used to this doggone thing around his neck.
4
He gets
years.
knocked out, wakes up without his bees.
Where? My God. What the hell happened? He thinks he's abducted by aliens.
Hey, I mean, I can breathe, but damn, man, where's my bees?
It's a weird trade-off.
It is. I mean, I can eat now, but damn.
I'd like my testicles back.
To add those. Men's Room Sports, as Ted mentioned, you've got playoff basketball on ESPN. You do have playoff hockey on TNT and True TV, and baseball on MLB Network. The Mariners wrapped up their series against the Braves earlier this afternoon, and they held off Atlanta to win 3-1, taking the series 2-1.
Thank you, Julio.
Thank you, Julio. They'll have the night off tomorrow as they make their way to Chicago to take on our old buddy VD's home team, the White Sox.
Oh, good one.
I'll get a text here in just a minute. Let's see here. As far as your weather, it should be a cloudy night with a low of 51 tomorrow. They're predicting partly cloudy skies with a high of 66 for a Seattle Rock Day. That's it for your headlines with that. Mike Hawk is out.
Rock Day is tomorrow, kicking off with Daily Mix morning show. Then, of course, Mike McCready, our Rock Day ambassador.
That is correct.
His show starts tomorrow at 10 o'clock. We'll have Big Dummy for you and more of Seattle Rock Day as well.
Yes, indeed. It's all true. In the meantime, we be all about this bitch. Someone told tomorrow, please, do what you do best. And for Aletha's sake, stay beautiful.
The Men's Room has been taped before a live studio audience. Wardrobe and makeup provided by Mantastic Limited. This has been a presentation of the Men's Room Radio Network.
Oh, man!
A Double Flush production.